Hey everyone, how are y'all? Tech Death, how are you? White Little Baby, how are you? Hey Izzy, hey Sandra, hoping for answers, how are you? Hey Reba, Cool Gamer, how are you tonight? White Little Baby, just take your time, you're good. Hey Michelle, Max, how are you? Okay. Alright, email is pinned to the top if y'all need to get in touch with me about anything. Kelly, how are you? Hey Christy. Max, yes, I'm doing good, thank you. Michelle, you doing alright tonight? Max, it's good to see you as well. Thank you for joining us. Michelle, I'm doing all right. I'd be better if my allergies wouldn't bother me. Wisconsin Mama, how are you? And what is it that you need help with? Yeah, I've got the hiccups and I can't get rid of them. Wisconsin Mama, if you don't want to put it in the chat, my email is at the top of the. I've got it pinned at the top of the chat. You're more than welcome to email me. Hey, Stone Gator, how are you? Hold on one second, y'all. Okay, y'all, I'm back. She just played the email, but Rose, what else with you girls? Oh, dang. Wisconsin Mama, do you have Twitter? Hold on, y'all. Okay. You don't? Okay. Hey, Sudie, how are you? Hold on one second. Yeah, Sudie, I'm doing good, thank you. Hey, Just the Facts, how are you? Hey, Crystal, how are you? And y'all don't let me forget if Annette P comes in tonight. Today is her birthday. So we need to all make sure that we wish her happy birthday. Hey, Lulu, how are you? Okay, I got to get my thing back on live chat. 1 second, y'all. Dang, how are you? That would be insane if Kohberger started talking. Allegedly, he has talked, or he's talking to someone, still claiming that he's gonna be exonerated. I've got the video that Ashley Banfield put out probably a little over an hour ago, um, where she's claiming that she has sources, multiple sources that are close to the case and the prosecution, and he's, still claiming that same old line that he's going to be exonerated. Can you please say hi to my daughter? I have you playing through the car while driving into NOLA. Say hi, Shauna Lulu. Shauna Lulu, how are you? Let's see, I'm sorry. I don't know. Wisconsin Mama, instead of coming up on panel talking about it, email me. Okay? And Reba, you're very welcome. Hopefully y'all's trip was safe and y'all didn't have any problems. Hey, Musical, how are you? With so many leaks, the first thing the defense will do in BK's case is ask for a mistrial. Yeah. Yorkie Mama, how are you? Yeah, I'm just curious about all these sources. It just seems all of a sudden, you know, there's this gag order out, and then all of these sources that are close to the case and all this are coming out talking. Yorkie Mama, I'm doing good, thank you. Chat. Hey, Sweet Pickles, how are you? Wait, when you get time, just go watch it. Otherwise, I gotta type it all out. Okay, Wisconsin Mama is the one from tonight. Hey, Simple Butterfly, how are you? Yeah, Judy, he's coming in here to say hi to everybody. Ian, how are you? Oh no, y'all, that wasn't Milo. Y'all just heard that was Fuzzy Butt. Let's see. Okay. My guardian angel, how are you? Hey, James, how are you tonight? Aaron, how are you? See, I'm listening while I'm packing to move. Okay, Aaron, that's fine, honey. So he's so good so far. An hour left because driving. You can tell him how to if you want. His birthday. It was the 19th. Oh, that's right, Reba. Your birthday is tomorrow, the 18th. So happy birthday to both of you. Okay, y'all. Let me grab my stuff real quick out of here. Be better for him. James, I know my sinuses. They're horrible. So I know what you're talking about. Yes, ma'am. We both. Oh, Reba, y'all are both very welcome. Okay, y'all. 1 second. I'm trying to grab this video that she put out. A little over an hour ago. I'm kind of curious to know who all the sources are. Let's see. Did you hear Scarlett where Bryan is talking and saying he will be found not guilty? Sweet Pickles. Are you talking about Bryan Inton? Is that who you're talking about? And Vapor, how are you? And Judy Ashley Banfield put it out about an hour ago. She's saying that there's been multiple sources that she's talked with, and um, they're close to the case. They're close to the prosecution, but she won't say who the sources are, which is understandable. And um, that Bryan is saying that he's going to be exonerated. Oh, Sweet Pickles. Okay. I thought you was talking about Bryan Inton there for a second because the way his name was spelled. Hey, just Ann, how are you? Yeah, I've Sweet Pickles. I've actually got the video that I'm about to play here in just a second, where they're talking about it. This is anonymous sis in the picture unfolding. We can't correct it another 10 days. Chaos with grandson all week. His sinuses were terrible. Also gave him. Yeah, Kelly, I've been taking this prescription Claritin, but it's not doing any good. I think a lot of it has to do with one day it's cold here and the next day it's hot. All this weather change. It's ridiculous. Yeah, and I'm the Queen of England. I mean, like we heard from his the public defender that he had in Pennsylvania. Um, he come out with that whole statement, and he after Bryan left and came back to Idaho, he said that Bryan had like made part of the statement was from Bryan, like his own words or whatever, and that part of he's eager to be exonerated. Like we've already heard that, so I don't know if he really is talking and he's still saying that, or if they're just getting this from back during that time that he said it. Hey Gregory, how are you? I think 100% BK did it, but as a court case, I'm saying 50-50 that he walks. Musical, I'm right there with you. I think he did it. I'm wondering about all these sources. They're like I said, they're all of a sudden there's people that she's claiming that's close to the case and close to the prosecution, but they're talking. But then there's a gag order. So I'm wondering if it's one of the family members of the victims. Okay, wait, what up, baby? You're good. Gregory, yes, I'm doing good, thank you. I'm thinking though maybe it's one of the victims' families, and they just don't want it to be known, that they're talking. Let's see, they have DNA. He isn't going anywhere. Yeah, they do have it, but I'm wondering if they're going to have a hard time explaining how it got there. King Scarlet, how are you? King Scarlet says she thinks it's Kim. I hope it's not Kim. Tina Marie, how are you? I mean, technically, the victims' families, they can talk. They're not under the gag order. So I'm wondering if it is one of them. The state may have made a tactical decision not to go for the death penalty. It would more likely be case found guilty rather than a mistrial. I mean, they may do it. They may have, be talking with his attorney about just going for life in prison. Hey, P Fox, how are you? Oh God, I hope it's not Kim, y'all. Honestly. Okay, we just have to wait till the trial starts to know for sure. I know, dang. And the thing with the trial, like that's in June. So June the 26th. That's still a good ways away. Like right at a little over 4 months. Cause, how are you? See, wonder if he can buy himself flowers with all that money. Oh, y'all. I come across a subreddit called Bryan Nation. Yeah, it's horrible in there. The things that these people are saying. Like all these different women. I'm pretty sure there's some men in there too that are just so in love with this dude. Spend the rest of his life. Yep, Gregory, I would too. But I mean, if he gets the death penalty, he's going to be in there for a while before that happens because he does have appeals and stuff like that. And then even after he's exhausted all of his appeals, they're still going to, he'll still sit on death row for many, many years. So no matter what, I mean, the Idaho taxpayers, they're going to be paying for him for a very long time. They're just look at what the attorney fees and all that's going to be paid. All right, y'all. So let me grab this video real quick and pull it up for y'all. I was thinking that there may be another, like a second or third part to this video. But I don't know. I don't know if it's, if they're going to drop another one or not. Okay. Chill Chaser, how are you? If the dude is guilty, he's got to go. Yeah. I think he's guilty. Still think there's somebody else that helped him. I just hope that the state has enough to put the nail in a coffin. Incognito Mom, how are you? This case really disturbs me. There should not be this much chaos and confusion unless there's something being hidden. That is true. All right, James, have a good night. Hey, William, how are you? Let's see. If he was innocent, he would have proven alibi and got out of the concrete cage. All right, y'all. So let's go ahead and play this so y'all can hear what Ashley has to say about all this.
There's a lot that you know about the scene of the crime. There is a lot that you know about the person who was arrested, Bryan Kohberger, and charged with 4 first-degree murders. Those are death penalty eligible murders. But there is some knowledge about Bryan Kohberger that we are just learning about. And we can tell you via multiple sources who are directly connected to this case how Bryan Kohberger feels about the mountain of evidence that has just thus far been made public or has been sourced. And really, folks, at this early offing, I can promise you it's the tip of the iceberg. at this early stage of a case with just a probable cause affidavit and an arrest warrant, etc., we don't even know the half of it. But at this point, what we do know is fair to call a mountain of evidence against Bryan Kohberger in the murders of those 4 innocent college kids at the University of Idaho in Moscow. So I can tell you that he's been talking, and he has been saying that he is, quote, confident that he will be exonerated. And those are his words, exonerated. And I know what you're saying, because if you're a true crime buff and you follow the law, if you're a lawyer, you particularly know there's a difference between being acquitted and exonerated. And he's, a master's in criminology and in a doctoral program before all of this business. And yet he used the word exonerated, not once, but twice. We learned that back in Pennsylvania when he was arrested. That's what his defense attorney, his public defender in Pennsylvania, said, that he looks forward to being exonerated, which I thought was a strange choice of words, because sometimes in common parlance, you'll say that, like, I'm going to be absolved of all of this kind of thing. I'm innocent. But in legal terms, exonerated usually refers to being convicted and then afterwards, upon appeal, being cleared. So I don't know what he's saying. I don't know if he's using the common word exonerated or if he's using the legal word, because he is, criminology master's student, doctoral program, probably knows the difference. But he didn't say the words acquitted. And this is not false bravado, according to our sources. He truly believes.
Y'all, is it buffering for any of y'all? Okay, Michelle says no. Okay, I just wanted to make sure. No, it's good. No, okay. I just wanted to make sure that it wasn't buffering for any of y'all, because Troll said it was buffering on his end, which is probably just our crappy ass internet. Okay, I'm gonna back it up just a little bit because I did pause it. Verizon has been nuts this week for me. Okay, Kim, thank you. Okay, everybody else is saying it's fine. Okay, I'm just going to back it up just a little bit and play it from here, and then I'm going to go ahead and mute back out.
But he didn't say the words acquitted. And this is not false bravado, according to our sources. He truly believes he is going to beat the rap. Again, Bryan Kohberger, according to our sources, multiple sources directly connected to this case, saying that he believes, he is confident he's going to be exonerated, that he will beat the rap. Now, here's what I don't know. I don't know how much access he's had to discovery yet. That's his attorney beside him. That's Ann Taylor, the public defender. She is a whip-smart lawyer, one of the best lawyers in Idaho. She is a great attorney. There are the issues that we've discussed on this show, the conflict of interest potential. As we reported last night exclusively, she's met with the judge. The judge has done a review and cleared her of the conflict. That doesn't mean it's the end of the case, because the prosecution, as we're told, is not keen on the idea of her continuing to represent Bryan Kohberger, because who wants to have an appellate issue if they get a conviction in this case? So we don't know how much he's been given in the way of discovery. We don't know how much of the prosecution's case his lawyer has had her hands on and then shared with her client. We don't know how much press reports he's been able to actually consume. There's a TV in the Moscow jail, but it's one, and everybody has to agree to what they watch. And who knows if they want to watch the news? Maybe they want to watch, Dr. Phil. I don't know. But we don't know how much he has seen, and we don't know how much he's consumed about this case. But you, the viewer, if you're watching this program, I know you, and you have seen a lot. It's a mountain of evidence. It is a very strong case, and it's got this big old basket of something we call bad facts. That's a term. That's a term used in the business, in the legal, industry. Bad facts. Thank you for watching. Go to newsnationnow.com to find NewsNation on your television provider.
Okay. Hold on, y'all. I got to get this off my screen. Doesn't start playing. Okay. So basically, if he is talking, he's still saying the same thing he was saying back when he was in Pennsylvania. Stevie, they still haven't. They're still killing me. And Jessica Lynn, how are you? So he really, I mean, she didn't say that he said anything new other than, I mean, that, and that's not new about want to be exonerated. I honestly don't think uh, that he's gonna get out of it. See what? Who said something like that? Not an innocent person. And Kim, we were talking about that last night. Like, if he's innocent, like he claims that he is, it seems like he would be doing worse than what he does when he goes into court. um, he goes in there and he's just super calm. But then again, we've heard from other people where he's done something to them, and if they say something to him about it, he's like, "I didn't do that." So him saying that I didn't do it or I'm innocent or whatever, uh, that's nothing new on his part either. Girly girl, how are you? She's smoking oregano. I mean, like I said in the chat a few minutes ago, I've always liked NewsNation. I have played a lot of their stuff, but I'm beginning to wonder about all these sources. I get that if there's sources that come out, they don't want their name put out there, and that's fine. I get that. But she's claiming that these sources are close to the the investigation and close to the prosecution. If it's not one of the family members of the victims, then who else could it possibly be? How many times has he gone to court? Sudi, let's see, he went to the one in Pennsylvania, and he's only had two uh, in Idaho. He had one, was it January the 5th was his first one, and then he's had one, I forgot what the date of the second one is. So yeah, three. King Scarlet, I really do like him. Like, I know some people don't like some of the journalists on there, which is fine. But I've always liked them. I'm curious about these sources that are all of a sudden coming out. See, she can be summoned. If summoned, she had to provide sources. Just waiting. See, it could be him talking to parents and family because he doesn't want to admit it to them. Then family members are talking to other people saying the stuff those people may be talking. That could be it. Hey, sweet Melissa, how are you? See, I'm glad you said that. I don't like how she says sources. I mean, like I said, if it's people and they just don't want their name being put out there, I just think it's funny with this whole gag order thing. And that's why I think that if they're close to the case and close to the prosecution, then it's got to be one of the victims' families. Our lawyer will volunteer. Okay, that's why she's doing it, though. It's her gimmick. Her sources could be crap, but that's how she gets her views. Hey, Petey, how are you? Because, I mean, I would think if law enforcement is watching what Ashley Banfield is saying, and she's claiming that she has sources close to this case, seems like they would be trying to get in touch with Ashley to find out who the sources are, especially if what she's putting out is the truth. Because, I mean, law enforcement's going to know that it's the truth or not, and they're going to know that it's coming from somewhere, from someone who knows what's going on. See, I was watching something earlier, can't find it again, but someone mentioned that DM made and published a video, but I can't find anything on it. When did she make the video, Reba? Do you know? Okay. Hold on, y'all. I gotta find. I have two other videos. There was some that she put out last night that I didn't get to show because it was, I think while I was live, maybe or right after I ended the live. Uh, that they came out. See, I don't know about the boyfriend of her friend. But from what I understood, it was saying like this week, but I haven't seen nothing. Oh, wow. Hmm. There's a gag order for a reason. Seems like it's causing more speculation rather than squashing sources since people talk. Michael, how are you? I mean, if police would have came out in the beginning and told the truth instead of flip-flopping back and forth with their stories and then cleared up the rumors as they went, it would have helped a lot. Hey, D22, how are you? Let's see. Banfield is an old school journalist. She'll go to jail before throwing a source under the bus. Yeah, I don't think she's going to give the source up, not to the public anyway. Let's see. I watched a video from a YouTube recommended channel that actually shocked me. I threw my phone. It has taken 2 days to find that channel again. D22, I'm doing good, thank you. Okay. Now, did y'all hear about Bryan's attorney? She has been cleared of any. Michael, I'm doing good, thank you. Hey, Tad, how are you? What about the video claiming Enon could be involved allegedly? Wait, Tad, who put that video out? Some of the conspiracies. Oh, Kim, yes. I mean, we speculate here, give our opinions on stuff, but some people will go down a rabbit hole and they start veering off from that rabbit hole going down other holes, and it's just it can get crazy sometimes. Dr. Thrifty went ham on Enon, loved it. Oh, I'm gonna have to go check that video out then. Yeah, Enon, the creepy neighbor, he is I I think it's a possibility that him and Bryan at some point might have met. I don't know if they were I don't think they were best friends. I don't think either one of them have a whole lot of friends. Hey, Happy Cactus, how are you? Um, but I think it's a possibility that maybe at some point while Bryan was in Pullman, that him and Enon might have met. You know, they're both vegan. Enon is what is he, a short order cook, I think is his title. Um, they've probably ate, you know, the same restaurants and stuff like that. So there is a possibility that they've probably met, maybe talked, maybe interacted a few times. Some people think that Enon might have been like the lookout, let Bryan know things. I do think that it's weird how the creepy neighbor did mention about that there was no party that night when he got home. It's a big, huge party house, but that night when he got home about 1:30, well, early that morning at 1:30, it was eerily quiet. And it also is that Bryan had to have known by somebody or somehow that there was no party going on that night. Yeah, Kim, that's what we've always called Enon. He's just the creepy neighbor. Check plunder from a few minutes ago. BK's got a tablet for certain any time of the day. So he keeps it all day. I'll have to check plunders out too. Let's See, if they would have met, both of them probably came away from that engagement saying that Booker's nuts. I don't know. I mean, I wouldn't say like Enon he's weird. I don't know if he is as bad as Bryan though. If I had to put Enon in a place and Bryan in a place, and I had to sit back and watch and judge on who could interact with people the best, um, I would probably say the creepy neighbor could probably interact better with people, and where you got Bryan that will sit here and stare at women, um, and basically try to control them with his staring, uh, or talk to women bad or whatever. I think that Enon would be able to get along better than Bryan, but I think there is some similarities where they kind of are the same too. Dr. Dirty thinks the 12 tips could be putting a stash from creepy neighbor. I mean, Enon does have a um a record for drugs. Yeah, Petey. There is an app. Hold on, I wrote it down. It's called the Getting Out app, and I know that Plunder has covered it. I want to say there's somebody else covered it. I don't remember who it was though. But he can. I guess that's how he communicates with people. Um, hey, Sifa, how are you? And the other day when I was watching Plunder's video, she was talking about that there's like a green light that comes on by his name, and that tells you whenever he's, online or on the phone or whatever it is that he's doing on his tablet. And there'll be sometimes that he's on there for like several hours at a time. See, Enoch couldn't commit this crime this clean, if at all, without stabbing himself. I don't know. He's supposed to be a knife expert, which is one reason a lot of people in the beginning thought that Enon might have been the one who had something to do with it. Petey, you are very welcome. Want to hear something? Yes, Reba, what you got that's crazier than that? See, someone is supporting Bryan's tablet as it costs somewhere from 7 or more a day to have in his possession, and usually is picked up around 11 p.m. so it can be charged. Izzy, there is, and I've actually got the screenshots. There is a lady, I don't know what her name is, I don't know where she's from, that sent this dude $50 and put on his commissary for Valentine's Day. Like, there's people sending money to him. On the tablets, they can read and interact on Facebook. Can they really, Reba? My brother is in Angola until 2069. Oh, Reba, I'm sorry to hear that. So, okay, Reba, down in Angola, they have those tablets as well? Let's see. Yeah, PD Angola ain't no joke. Okay, so they do have them. All right. My brother interacts with everyone. I didn't know Angola had those. Angola for a year. They let him work with the chicken and he got along fine. Yeah, they got the whole penal farm down there. They've got the rodeo that they do once a year, horses, all these different kind of like they got a lot of stuff that they have going on down there for the inmates. Okay. All right, give me just a second. Bryan, how are you? I heard it's oh, Petey, you're talking. Yeah, Angola's been around for a while. Inmates are only allowed to have a certain amount of money on their books each week. Paige, how are you? And y'all, I'm hoping I haven't missed anyone coming in. If I have, I do apologize. Can you imagine him on here listening? Reba, honestly, he is probably before he was arrested. I guarantee he bounced around on YouTube. Hey, Jesse Katz, how are you? He probably bounced around on YouTube, Facebook, all the social media. He was keeping up with everything that everybody uh, was saying about him. Hey, Brad, how are you? Um, he was keeping up with what the internet sleuths had found, like all that. Yeah, he was, and I'm sure the whole Papa Rogers person that could have been him, or he could have been under another name. I'm sure he's went into people's YouTube chats. Okay, y'all. Wait, what am I trying to look for my neck? I have a video. Hey, Jim J, how are you? Yeah, I'm sorry. I don't mean to keep clearing my throat, but my sinuses they're just horrible tonight. Okay, there's lots of stuff happening with Enon. I need to catch up on everything with Enon. That's what I need to do. I think the last time I heard anything about him or anything that I've watched was when he was in San Francisco. Wait, what up, baby? You back? GMJ, I'm doing good, thank you. Sifa, you doing okay tonight? Okay, a private meeting between Ian Taylor and the judge doesn't clear anything up. It makes it look a lot shady. I think that they should have, taken care of the whole conflict of interest in the courtroom. Lots of inmates have secret phone. Oh yeah, girly girl. They've got phones. They take pictures. They do, Instagram stuff. Yeah. Obsessed with Disneyland. How are you? Sifa, you're doing okay? So yeah, these prisoners, they're very crafty when it comes to getting contraband into the jails. See, that's crazy. Brown receiving funds from idiotic people literally supporting a murder is crazy. No, y'all, what I was talking about earlier, the subreddit thing called Broad Nation, horrible, y'all. I thought that Brittany Hislop woman was crazy. And she's very crazy because somebody actually found something that this woman posted back in 2018 that was talking about what she would do to a woman if she found out that a lady come and took the guy away from her that she liked. Like that woman, she needs professional help on a real note. Um, but the stuff that I saw in that subreddit today, y'all, Brittany seems normal compared to what I read on Reddit today. I even got White Widow Baby and them to look at it. She will vouch for what I'm talking about. It was I didn't realize that there was so many people, and I understand now why they have a medical term for it. I didn't realize that there was uh, so many people that had feelings for inmates and people who committed murders and stuff like that. There are minors in that subreddit. White Widow Baby, I did see the picture. Uh, there was a picture in there of a girl. She didn't look like she was very old. And she had pictures like all around her of Bryan. Yeah, Ashley B. It was on. It's oh shit. Bride Nation is what it's called. on Reddit. It's just Brynation. If anybody goes and looks at it, trigger warning, because it's disgusting. I completely understand now why uh, there's a medical term for that. See where I don't know, Sifa. I saw the picture and I looked at it and I was like, this girl doesn't look like she's very old. Um, and I looked at it again and I was like, yeah, this girl isn't very old. And she's literally there and it's a picture. It looks like taken in a school. And she put Bryan pictures all around her. Hey, Wood Fairy, how are you? Okay, there was people asking how old people were, and someone said 17. Yeah, it's um, it's very disturbing. I will say that. I thought Brittany Hislow was disturbing, but Brittany ain't got nothing on these people. Okay, isn't or wasn't there a channel on TikTok with two cellmates who were incarcerated in prison? They go live every night. Have no idea if this is true, but from the looks of it, it was. I don't know, Vapor. I've never heard that. It wouldn't surprise me though, honestly. Couldn't imagine having pics of Eileen Bornos laying around. Well, there was one on that subreddit that this woman did a shrine of Bryan Kohberger, and she has a bunch of pictures of him, and she literally has a K-bar knife in its Marine Corps sheath sitting on the shelf in her little Bryan shrine. Like it's disgusting over there. Okay. Wait, Sitha, who is sick? He had a cell phone. My oldest son is getting into the habit of calling me during your life. Michelle, don't feel bad. My daughter, she knows every night I go live at the same time usually, if not 10:30, 11 o'clock, and it never fails. She always texts me while I'm live. The reason why females like men serving a long time is that one time they are abused and they feel these men can't do that. Oh, her shrine. Okay. Yeah, it's horrible over there, y'all. Seriously. Hey, Elliot, how are you? Let's see, Ashley Banfield reported today that her sources say BK thinks he'll be exonerated. Then she goes on Tagnant of how exonerated means found guilty, then found innocent on appeals, which is wrong. Yeah, Elliot, I just played that video a few minutes ago. Oh, I'm just saying he's not good on the eyes at all. It's if that is true. He really is. He's not. I don't understand. I know that there's somebody out there for everybody, and everybody has different tastes and all that. But I'm sorry, no. Bryan, I thought that too. I even told my husband that you know he's got something to say. Like I'm sure, I'm sure that there's some things that he knows that has been said that's not the truth. Okay, thank you, Bryan. Um, and I think that maybe Mr. Gonzalez wants to come out and speak about it, but he doesn't want to come out with his face or his name put with it because of his attorney still being under the gag order. Um, it, it did cross my mind that maybe Mr. Gonzalez was Ashley's source. So he's a capital no. Yeah, he's not. There's literally, even if he wouldn't have committed these crimes, he's not. He's not nice looking at all. Have you seen a 20-year-old is claiming to be Madeline McCann? Who did I see put a Madeline McCann? I seen somebody had her name in one of their titles tonight, but it might have been Brittany when I was looking through some stuff. Ashley, I told you. That's why I said a trigger warning. It's disgusting over there. Okay, so I'm gonna play this video real quick. Like I said, there was this one, and then there's another one that uh, Ashley had put out last night. I think it was during my live or right whenever I was getting ready to end it, so I didn't get to play them. But the one is talking about her lawyer has been cleared of all the conflict. This is 2007. Yeah, Tad. See, I didn't keep up with Madeline's with her case. I heard about it. Um, I didn't keep up with it though. But I think it was Brittany said I seen she was talking about it tonight. Okay. All right, y'all. Let me get this playing. If it buffers for anybody, can y'all just let me know in chat? Because Troll, a lot of times he's watching it on his phone and he'll jump up and be like, it's buffering. So that's why I always ask. So if it does start buffering for anybody, can y'all just let me know, please? Started with sinuses, praying for you as well. I'm starting to feel bit. Thank you, Brad. Mine is just sinuses. It's really bad drainage, and it's just all the dust and everything around here. That's all it is. And the allergy medicine isn't helping it. Okay. Let me. Thought I had it pulled up here. Okay. All right, y'all. I'm just going to play it for you.
But tonight I'm coming back with some more exclusive material on the Idaho murder. So I hope you will stay through the next ensuing moments. I think this is one of the most important issues that has come across the radar in the Idaho murder case, because I like criminal procedure. I've been, kind of steeped in it for a long time, and I cannot stand when something gets overturned on appeal. I can't stand it because sometimes it's so preventable, right? Especially if you know in advance and you do something about it. And I kind of see something percolating here. The experts know better, and they're having a field day arguing online about this. And so I know it's a really important issue. It has to do with conflict of interest. I know we've talked about it before, but I have some breaking news on this tonight. So the issue has been Bryan Kohberger's public defender, Ann Taylor, right? She showed up and walked into court with him the very first time. She's a very accomplished attorney. Holy cow. She's got some real scores under her belt, right? So she's good. She's also a leader in the public defender's office. So looked like it was a pretty good match, especially for a case that was important as this. Could be a death penalty case. I'll repeat, could be a death penalty case. You have to have a star, but you have to have a clean star. Someone who has no conflicts in her past representations. And along came the fact that she had indeed represented the mother of Kara Kernodle, one of the alleged victims of Bryan Kohberger, her client, and then two other parents of the victims. Right? So that, all of a sudden, it's like, it seemed so clear. Well, you cannot have represented the children of parents who are now going to be in that courtroom watching you defend their child's alleged killer. You can't. And yet there's some wiggle room. But with all of the conflagration that happened, it turns out now there has been a meeting. And we have sources close to the prosecution who have told us that Ann Taylor has had a meeting with the judge on this exact issue, the conflict of interest issue. Private meeting behind closed doors, discussing all of the issues. Likely she was called in to lay out, tell me everything you did with client A, client B, and client C. Tell me everything so that we can exclude the possibility of a conflict. And in this review process, my source has told me that it's been cleared. No conflict, according to the judge. So is that it? I mean, Kara Northington, Ben Mogan, Corey Hattrock, all parents of the deceased victims in this case, all had Ann Taylor on their cases, right? So it is such a curious issue. What did she tell the judge? Like, what did she lay out to the judge in order for the judge in this case to say, nothing to see here, no conflict problem? Did she see our interview? Did the judge see our interview with Ann Taylor's previous client, who she dropped on the very day she showed up in that courtroom with her brand new client, Bryan Kohberger? Literally dropped her former client, Kara Northington, that's Xana Kernodle's mom, dropped her that day. And they were still active, like it was still an active pending case. By the way, Kara Northington had no idea that this had gone on. She had no notification of it, she told us. And did Ann Taylor know about the interview that we conducted on this program with Xana's mom, in which she laid out that she was gobsmacked by all of this, that she had no idea? Thank you for watching. Go to newsnationnow.com.
Okay. Thank you, White Widow Baby. I seriously, I can't get rid of them, y'all. It's horrible. I think I'm gonna ask. Like I said, I do follow her on Twitter. I was actually reading um, a lot of the response on Twitter earlier after her video that she did tonight. Some people were for, some people gave her a lot of flack. Try peanut butter in the roof of your mouth. Tracy, that gets rid of the hiccups. Try sprinkling sugar under your tongue. Vagal nerve stimulant. I'm going to have to do something, y'all. Taylor cleared in a private meeting with a judge. I think that should have been handled in the courtroom. The whole conflict of interest thing. I really do. And didn't Ashley say that the prosecutors didn't really want Ann Taylor on the case? Wait, have someone scare you. Jessie Cat, nobody in the house can scare me. And she has been right. She has been doing this 34 years. I hope what she's telling is the truth. So I hear I hate peanut butter, so I can't say no. See, I'm sorry, guys, but a lot of tubers know there is no conflict. It's clickbait to keep saying anything about it. Where did it go? Laymen have see to know the law, morally step down. Okay, but she has no conflict. Yeah, I think it's more of a moral thing that's got a lot of people upset. Okay, so according to Gabe, Bryan will still have to sign the paper stating he is okay with this possibility of a conflict. Someone else said that Kara and Maddie's dad and stepmom would have to sign papers like a waiver, and that Bryan would have to sign one also. And yeah, like Bryan Hoffman said, it's an insult to the families. Jody is cool. How are you? Said I don't want him to, but I believe NK will plea. How would any of us feel if our lawyer's not trying to get? Oh, Brian, I would have a fit if I was in that situation. I mean, you really can't blame the parents for being upset. M. Smith, how are you? The bitters you put in cocktails. Okay, I found that Reddick and those women are sick. They think he is sexy and too cute to have done. Cause I know, like they look at the dude and they're like, "Oh no, this dude is too fine. Like, there's no way him being that fine, he could have uh, committed these murders." Like, they're literally going off this dude's looks. Yeah, it would. Vapor. It would have to be Kara, Ben, which is Maddie's dad. Oh shit, what is Corey? Is that her stepmom? Maddie's stepmom's name? I think her name's Corey. Hey JJ, how are you? I think Bryan Hoffman, I believe she represented her on 4 cases, I believe, total. Yeah, he is just, like I said, even if he didn't commit these crimes, it would still be a no. Okay. All right, y'all. I got hot tea now, so hopefully this will work. Let's see. What if she is legally the only defender qualified to defend the accused murder? Um, Kim, there's actually how many? I forgot. Now, was it 14 death penalty qualified attorneys in the state of Idaho, public defenders? But I think she is the only one that's in that region. But just like they can do a change of venue um, and move a case to a different county for trial, I think they very easily could have done that with a public defender. I mean, she's in that, I guess they call it a district or region or whatever, even though she's not from Latah County. But I think they should have pulled one from maybe like the southern part of the state. Just sent an email with a former inmate on Banfield explaining how the tablets work. Okay, thank you, Stone Gator. I'll check it in 1 second. Okay, thank you. Happy Cactus. I have, what are these? I have honey cough drops, and they taste like pure honey. So I'm putting them in my tea right now to see if that'll help. Brown Bear, how are you? Okay, really early on. Murdoch's cell phone breakdown was freaking awesome. Let's be glad the FBI is in this because Sled is awful. I hadn't been watching Murdoch stuff. Hey, Miss Amir, how are you? Kara wants to go. Wait. Well, I looked on VineLink yesterday, y'all, and Kara is still in jail out in Washington. She only had a $250 bond, which I don't know how she got the bond, being that she skipped on the other one. But she does have a $250 bond, and apparently nobody bonded her out because she's still sitting there. Maybe the big money boys pick the judges and lawyers they want. I don't know. I think it's curious, though, that also how the prosecutors don't want Ann Taylor on this case. But I wonder if when Ann Taylor and the judge were talking in private, I wonder if the prosecutors were in there with them. Or anybody that's representing the state. I wonder if they were in there during that meeting behind closed doors. I guess if your last name is Murdoch, you're going to commit murder, allegedly. Hey, Julie, how are you? Okay. Hopefully she can get sober, staying in jail. Ashley, that's what I told my husband. I know she probably doesn't want to be in there, but her being there is probably the best thing for her right now. Let's see. Drop cup, drop in the cup, let it dissolve the bit. Yeah, Happy Cactus, that's what I'm doing. I've got like 5 in it right now in the cup, trying to get them to melt. Bryan, are you still trying to scare me to get rid of my hiccups? Hopefully they'll eventually go away. Right now they're like super annoying. Okay, let me see. Where's my other one? Okay. Let me pull this one up real quick. This is the other video that Ashley put out. She's still talking about the ethical part of Ann Taylor representing Bryan Kohberger. Where's the video? Stand on your head and swallow? Oh, sweet Melissa. If I did that, I would break something. Concealed in alcohol, that is for sure. Just think about all the snakes and spiders. Wait, what up, baby? That ain't even funny. Hey, Sama, how are you? His son had passport stolen on our trip, so he's dealing with embassy flights, etc. But finally home. Come home with chest and throat infection and strong antibiotics. Well, Sama, I hope you get to feeling better soon. King Scarlet, I haven't seen Kim or heard Kim anywhere since. I'm trying to think when the last time. It's been a while since I've listened to her on anybody's panel. So maybe she's, maybe she's done with YouTube. Sammy, you're welcome. Okay. All right, y'all. I'm fixing to go ahead and play this one. That way I can drink my tea while it's playing. But this one's talking about that there's an ethical conflict in Bryan Kohberger's representation. All right. So let me get it playing for y'all.
And that's Mark Garagos. And the reason I know Mark Garagos gets agitated with it is because he has a lot of high-profile cases in his past. He's here to help me break this all down. Of course, you know him. He's a criminal defense attorney. He's the co-host of the podcast Reasonable Doubt with Adam Carolla. So Garagos, I said there were two issues that I found in this whole conflict when it came to Ann Taylor and the three parents. Number one was that they have to be okay with it, and clearly Kara Kernodle is not. But then number two, they have to be notified. And that didn't happen either, at least in Kara Kernodle's case. So I want to get you to weigh in on this news, Mark, that they've had this meeting. They've gone through this review process and no conflict, the judges determined. What are your thoughts?
Well, I sent you the other day, Ashley, a op-ed piece that somebody had done in which they had basically analyzed the ethical rule here without giving you any credit whatsoever, by the way, and had said that there really was no ethical conflict. And I couldn't actually disagree more with the analysis. Number one, I think you've pointed out one key thing, which is you can't do this absent a knowing waiver by the clients. And why do I say clients? Both the current client, who is the young man who was accused of these horrific crimes, and the parents of the victims of these crimes. Now, the one part I will take issue with, and you know that I agree with you on gag orders. I always think gag orders have been inverted. We talked about this the other night. Originally, gag orders were instituted in Shepard v. Maxwell, which was F. Lee Bailey's case back in the 50s, which later became the model for the fugitive. But they were originally to protect the defense. It's been perverted. It now is something that harms the defense, in my opinion. But when the lawyer, Ann Taylor, goes into chambers in camera, meaning she and the judge talk privately, I understand that. I've done that many a times. I will tell you when I've done it in many murder cases when a client wants to get on the stand and it may be against my advice. Hypothetically, I might go into chambers with just the client and tell the judge this is against my advice, but it's their choice. So I can understand that. You don't want to violate the attorney-client privilege, or at least let the prosecutor hear it. In this case, I understand that. What I don't understand is how there can be a knowing waiver by the victim's parents, because I just don't think that there is any way possible that there isn't going to be a discussion of that house, the use of drugs, and people going in and out. I just find that entirely too hard to believe. I don't know if the judge said, okay, if we get to that point, then we're going to do further hearings on this and we'll table it. And as of now, you don't plan on doing it. But to my mind, that is in play. And to your point, that is potentially, God forbid, from the young man's standpoint, he gets convicted and later says, I've got a 2255 writ of habeas corpus, and my lawyer was ineffective because she didn't want to go there, meaning the house,
Sure.
drug use and things of that nature.
AKA ineffective assistance of counsel. We hear it all the time. It's like, I don't know if it's the number one appellate issue, but yeah, if I had a dime, I'd be on a yacht in Majorca. Yeah, it's the number one. I knew you'd say that. Okay, here's the other thing.
It's
Another piece of breaking
one.
news. Yeah, okay, wait one sec, because I'm going to get you to talk about this one. So the sources that we have close to the prosecution have also told us that the prosecutors in this case are actually in favor of having her conflicted out. And I suppose I get that, because who wants to try a case twice? Who wants to do all that work and all those billable hours to the taxpayers of Idaho, and then, a couple of years down the pike, after they might get a conviction, have it tossed out only to start all over again and put those families all through that again?
Well, look, the cynic in me would say, of course they want her out. She's one of the only qualified defenders in Idaho. So I can see that. But at the same time, the prosecutors have a very, I would say, easy way to raise this issue, which is to file the motion to say that they want the waivers by the respective clients. There's a U.S. Supreme Court case, I believe it's Wood, that specifically talks about what you have to do in a situation where there is a conflict. It has to be on the record. I don't know if that, and we don't know if that was done already in camera or ex parte. Remember, there's two different ways this could be done. It could be done in camera, which means the public doesn't listen to it. And it can be done ex parte, which means the prosecutor doesn't get to get in on this. Or it could be a hybrid of the two. But I would be shocked if the prosecutor hasn't at least filed the motion, maybe redacting what they think or what they think they know. But I'm surprised that so far, and I haven't checked the docket, maybe it's been done, that they haven't filed for this, because the U.S. Supreme Court generally counsels that you do this.
Thank you for watching. Go to newsnationnow.com to find NewsNation on your
Okay. All right, let's see here. My opinion, Ann Taylor's the only lawyer taking that low a pay to defend him. These lawyers won't. Yeah. Okay. So I don't know. I do think that there is an ethical conflict here. Hold on one second, y'all. Okay. All right, let me get rid of this real quick. Okay. Oh, with your name, no one will listen to anything you say about matches. I was wondering what he was talking about, Bryan, because he said lightning. I was thinking like lightning outside. That's why I asked him. Let's see. I can see that in Bryan Hopkins, especially since most people. Okay. And real quick, while I'm thinking about it, if y'all haven't done so, and wait, little baby, if you can drop the link for the other channel. If y'all have not subbed up to my backup channel, could y'all please do that? Because I'm here probably in the next week or so. I'm going to start working on that channel, getting some content out over there as well. Okay, thank you, White Widow Baby. All right, Judy, I'm bringing you up.
Hello.
Hey, how are you?
Good. I just came up to see if I was up here, somebody else would jump up here.
Hopefully somebody else does.
I know you're probably getting sick of me.
No, I'm not.
Well, with every peanut butter and jelly sandwich, there always has to be a drink.
Exactly. Thank you, Silva. Go ahead.
Could be White Widow baby.
I know, but she won't come up.
Chicken.
I don't know why she won't. She don't have to show her face or anything, but Brad, you're more than welcome to come up if you'd like to. I mean, you really technically can't have. Well, I guess you could have peanut butter and jelly without the bread, but. And no, Doug, you're right. We could never be sick of Judy being up here.
I just try to be your sidekick like you're Ed McMahon.
Well, I appreciate it. I always love having you up here. You always keep me on my toes.
Well, sometimes they're dumb questions.
Not really. Which one has been a dumb question?
Oh, don't ask me that. I'm too old to remember things.
Okay, Brad, that's fine. Just let me know when you're ready and I'll throw the link back out for you. H-Town Finest, how are you? Hey, Jan, how are you? Scott, how are you? MCOS says they want toast now. All right, let me grab my next thing here. Let's see. Okay, Reba, I don't know if you're still in here or not, but it is officially February the 18th, honey, so I would like to wish you a happy birthday. So everybody in here, if y'all would please wish Reba a happy birthday.
Well, I can't type it right now because I'm on my phone and I can't see the actual chat till I go back in the other room and have my tablet going.
No, well, she can hear you, though. Hey, Nora, how are you?
Yeah, duh. I got to remember that. Happy birthday.
Okay, Stone Gator, I'm about to bring you up, honey.
Yay.
It's
Okay.
Judy's fault.
How are you?
I'm good. I'm bored. I was just playing my game, and when I heard Judy, I was like, I'm coming.
I know, Judy's awesome, isn't she?
She summons me, and here I am.
See, I've heard so many birthday shout-outs. Let's see, how do you know? H-Town Finest, usually they just tell me when their birthday is. And I write it down on my little sticky notes and stick it on my calendar so I don't forget.
I forgot. Happy birthday, Reba.
See, I know
It's
she was
your
in here. She was in here earlier, but they're driving. They're on their way to New Orleans. Her and I think her boyfriend and her daughter, I believe it is. So she may be where she doesn't have signal right now, but hopefully she can
Oh,
still.
is that the one that wanted you to shout out her daughter?
Yeah,
Oh, okay.
yeah,
Well, she's listening in the car.
yeah. She did say she had it going on in the car, so hopefully she can hear us.
But remember, Stone Gator, if I'm not here for a reason, Scarlett still needs a sidekick. You still got to come up.
Wait, who is
Only if
Norma?
she wants.
Oh, wait, y'all, it's Nora's birthday too.
Happy birthday,
Happy
Nora.
birthday, Nora.
Nora, happy birthday. Okay.
Did you get my email?
Let me check.
I'm telling you, it won't answer all the questions you guys have on the tablets inmates use because it's from a former inmate who just got out of jail 6 weeks ago. So he's freshly out.
Okay, I got two emails from you. One is just audio, and then the other says video to play audio.
Yeah, that one. I
Okay.
sent you one telling you I was going to send you it, and then I sent you it.
Okay, so it must be the second one. Okay. And I just seen, I'm fixing to pull it up here in just 1 second. I seen somebody else had a birthday in February that I need to write down so I don't forget. Where'd it go? Oh, H-Town Finest. Let me write down their birthday too real quick, y'all.
Judy, when's your birthday?
January 2nd. Y'all missed it.
Oh, you're a Capricorn.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm a Sag. A month before your birthday.
All right, 1 second, y'all. I'm just putting that. Okay, so I got that birthday on my calendar too. I always like keeping up with all the subs' birthdays. Okay.
Judy, mine's December 2nd, so you just missed mine too.
Well, don't count the days, but we won't forget each other. December 2nd, January 2nd.
Yeah. Scarlett, when's yours?
Mine is October 16th.
You're a Libra?
Yes, ma'am.
My dad is a Libra too. I'm sorry to change it to subject again, but I was just thinking, where did you come up with Lost Souls from?
Honestly, I don't even remember. I was just thinking of names that I liked, and that one kind of popped up.
Oh, okay. I didn't know if it had story or whatever.
No, it was just a name. I was thinking of names for the channel. I don't even remember where I even got it from. It just kind of popped up in my head, and I was like, "Yep, that's it. That's what I'm going to use."
Sweet.
Okay. Let's see. There was somebody else I just seen in chat. I don't know where it's at. Oh, Sweet Candy. Hey, how are you? I forgot to say hi to Sweet Candy. All right, let me go grab. I'm gonna read this article real quick, and then I'll pull up your audio, Stone Gator, because I've already got this pulled up on my screen. And this is just I don't think it's very long of an article.
Oh, that's fine. I just wanted to give it to you.
Okay. It's not too long. I should be able to get through it. Hopefully the hiccups don't return. These have been horrible today for some reason. This is just talking about how much the defense could cost the taxpayers. Happy Cactus, when did you say your birthday was? Okay. All right, so hold on 1 second. I'm reading something. All right, so this says, so Bryan Kohberger's defense could cost the taxpayers thousands. Who would have ever thought that one person, by something so horrible that they've done, could cost one county so much money? Hey, Tonka.
Look at Lori Vallow and Chad Daybell.
Yeah, I wonder how much, which Chad is paying for his attorney. But I'm wondering, like, with the whole, the Latah counties having to pay, Kootenai County, all these fees and for meals and lodging and gas and all that. Like, it's going to add up.
Do you know that even though I know Lori has public defenders, but I think maybe one might not be a public defender and the state's paying him. But yeah, she's got public defenders, so she's racking up taxpayers' monies too, for sure.
Okay, y'all, hold on. Something came out. How long is this first before I even decide if I'm going to read this? Okay. Oh. Yeah, this is a lot of. Troll always gives me books to read, y'all.
His turn to read. Take turns.
Airmail has came out with another article. Airmail is the one. They've then came out with like 3 parts. But this one here, I thought this was another part, but this is Idaho, Instagram, and Incels. The alleged Moscow student murders behavior is straight out of the Incel playbook.
I don't think he was an Incel.
You don't think?
Mm-mm.
Honestly, I don't know what I would call him.
Just honestly. A weirdo.
Yeah, that too. Hold on 1 second, y'all.
Where did Judy go? Come back, Judy. I'm not looking at chat. Hello, everyone.
Okay, let me take this off the screen for a second and where did Judy go?
I don't know. I just called her back, but oh, she needs the link, she says.
Okay, let me put it back in chat for her.
I just saw it in chat.
Okay. All right, Judy, there's the link for you. See, chat. I'm going to continue listening while I rest. Izzy, have a good night, honey.
Good night, Izzy.
Oh. Okay, Taylor's getting paid. All right, Judy, I'm bringing you back up.
Hello. It
You
was my
back?
fault. Yeah, I hit a wrong button on my phone. Lost
Oh, okay.
everything.
All right. I'm just going to go back to my email for a second, y'all, because Trolls sent this to me. I know sometimes they throw their stuff behind a paywall, so I'm going to try to grab it before they do.
Red and Philly needs to come up here.
See, are they wanting to come up?
No, I'm telling them they should. I enjoy when they're up here.
Okay, there's somebody by the name of Pickles in backstage back here, but I don't think your thing is connected.
Y'all, I play casino games when I'm listening.
Okay. Let's see if I can get this before they throw the paywall up. Because it says it's only a 9-minute read. I've read stuff longer than that to y'all. But it came out. It says February the 18th. So I'll pull this up. Hold on 1 second. Okay, that's it. Okay.
Yeah, H-Town.
Oh, I seriously am playing back. Okay, so I'm gonna read this. So Judy, you and Stonegator, y'all can see if anybody comes into the backstage. I won't be able to see it because I'm gonna be reading this. I'll be on a different screen. So if y'all see anybody, just let me know.
Okay, just tell them to comment in backstage that they're here.
Well, I won't be able to see that either because once I flip over to my other tab, I'm not gonna be able to see anything on my
just
StreamYard.
a second before you start reading. You got Philly Maniac. She said, or they said they will come up in just one second.
Okay.
I don't know what their definition of a second is.
What is up with the eyes? Idaho, Instagram, Incels.
They probably did that important.
At the same way because I want to tell. Happy Cactus, what is your good news you'd like to share? Okay, see, I'll be able to see my YouTube chat. I just won't be able to see my
I bet you Happy Cactus can't tell us, and that's why they're busting at the seams because they can't tell us.
Hey, see you too. How are you? And Reba, you're very welcome, honey. I just wanted to stop by and say hi. So I want to go and start a date. You're going to be on tomorrow. Wait, what? Hold on, I gotta reread this. Let's go back to the start date. See you too. Yes, I'll be on here tomorrow night.
Is anybody ready for her to drop the link yet? Otherwise, you got to wait till she's done.
Well,
reading.
If y'all will be able to see them, whenever when they're backstage, I just won't be able to see it while I'm reading. So if y'all see somebody come backstage, y'all just let me know and I'll stop reading.
Where are they? So I can.
Wait, you're on a phone. I forgot.
The only way we can see them is if they type in private chat that they're here. Then we'll know they're here. That's how we know people are backstage.
Okay. All right. Well, if anybody comes up, and I'm gonna put the link out again. If anybody comes backstage, just leave a comment in the private chat so they'll know.
Happy Cactus is gonna be a grandma.
Oh, Happy Cactus! Congratulations!
Yay!
Let's see, I'm still getting her. All right. Okay, so I put the link out. If anybody comes up, just leave a comment in the private chat so they'll know that you're here, and then they can let me know. I'm going to go ahead and read this real quick. It only says it's 9 minutes, so hopefully it won't be too long. All right, so it says Idaho Instagram and Incels, the alleged Moscow student murders behavior is straight out of the Incel playbook. So on Instagram, Madison Mogan showed us a certain kind of perfect life, whatever struggles that she may have endured before falling victim to a killer one night in Moscow, Idaho, on November the 13th. On Instagram, she was always smiling. Her account is like a prototype for what social media culture demands of young women and girls, that they look happy, sexy, occasionally pensive, and above all, inviolable, y'all. And I can't see this because it's so small. Can y'all see this okay?
No.
I
Well,
can't
I'm
either.
old, so.
Yeah, but I can't. It's like the writing or something. I don't know what the hell's wrong with it.
I can
Okay.
read it.
Okay. Let me check back here real quick.
I also just got new glasses, so that might be why.
All right. So it says Mogan 21 showed us the life of a pretty blonde American college girl, a popular sorority girl. She was a member of the Pi Beta Phi. She poses in formals and bikinis and the cutest outfits as she describes them, often popping her foot or bending down playfully, touching her knees. She strides galley into a building at the University of Idaho in a post that she captioned, "Heaven is a place on earth." She visits Cabo and Jamaica with friends, many of them blonde young women who resemble her. Lucky me, I have the best friends ever. Mogan captured a picture of herself going jet skiing with two other blondes, beautiful, cute, stunning, gorge. Her friends commented on her post, fulfilling their duty per social media conventions to comment enthusiastically and with many emojis. It's chilling now to think that Bryan Kohberger could have been watching all of this, seeing Mogan with her sweet smile and twinkling eye, living her seemingly perfect life. You wonder if it made him angry or jealous. Was Instagram for him like a gallery of women to date or perhaps target for violence? Okay, so Coburger, 28, formerly a graduate student at Washington State University, has been accused of killing Mogan and her roommates Kaylee, Xana, and as well as Kernodle's boyfriend Ethan, entering the girl's house around 4 a.m. and stabbing them to death in their bed, a story that Airmail contributor Howard Blum detailed in his publication. In January, people reported that Kohberger had followed the three female victims on Instagram, and about 2 weeks before the murders, messaged one of them. Mogan repeatedly. So they're saying that he was messaging Maddie. Bretta's backstage. Okay.
What is Bryan Hoffman trying to say to me?
I don't know. I can't.
Oh.
I can't. Bryan, y'all. Bryan be typing some stuff. All right, Brett, can you hear us?
Yes, I can. How's it going, ladies? How's it going, chat?
Hi.
How are you?
Good.
I love your voice.
Well, better
Sorry.
anyway.
Okay. Wait, is Bryan Hoffman, are you wanting to come up too? I'm trying to see what he's talking about. I don't know. Bryan, yeah, I can't keep up with Bryan's. Not tonight. I just took my Lunesta. Okay. All right. So, Brad, you doing okay?
Yeah, I'm hanging in there. I'm feeling a lot better today than I was yesterday or the day before. So that's
I
good.
can tell you're sick by the way you're talking.
Yeah, I'm still congested a little bit.
Hopefully, you get to feeling better soon.
Amen. Likewise.
Thank you.
I'm pretty sure I'm over the hill on it at least anyway.
Yeah. I think mine's just mostly the weather. Like the
That
weather's
is
just
what
crazy.
I thought at first too. So hopefully you're right.
That is a very strange name you have. Is there a story behind it?
There absolutely is, Judy, and I'll be happy to tell you. It's my gamer tag of about probably 20 years at least,
Oh, I get you.
and it's derived originally from well, number one, the proper spelling was already taken, and then number two, I got to thinking about it, and so there's a game called Smash TV, and it's a pretty crazy, violent video game, I guess, where you beat people up for cash and prizes, more or less. And that and the song Disposable Heroes from Metallica were the main inspirations for that. So I couldn't get the spelling that I wanted, and ended up with that, and it ended up now being like pretty much a quadruple entendre.
Yeah. Well, thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Most people that want to pick on me think I can't spell.
Okay. All right, y'all. Let me get back to reading this real quick. I gotta remember where I stopped off at now.
I'm sorry.
No, y'all are fine. I just gotta remember. I think it was okay. So in January, people reported that Kohberger had followed the 3 female victims on Instagram, and about 2 weeks before the murders, messaged one of them, Mogan, repeatedly. So see, that was where it was. We heard that he had slid into one of the DMs. Hey Dino, how are you? Hey Jeej, but they never said which girl it was. So now they're saying that it was Maddie that he had sent messages to. I wonder how they found that out. So it says he was definitely persistent, said an investigative source on the case. There's some sources again, y'all. Let's see. He slid into one of the girls' DMs several times, but she didn't respond. Basically, it was just him saying, "Hey, how are you?" But he did it again and again. I wonder how many times he sent her messages. All right, so it's chilling now to think that Bryan Kohberger could have seen Madison Mogan with her sweet smile and twinkling eyes, living her seemingly perfect life. Having a random guy slide into their DMs direct messages wouldn't cause most women alarm. However creepy, it's now viewed as a regular feature of modern dating, with magazines and YouTube videos advising men on what types of messages to send in order to get a response. Most women will simply ignore the guy, which is what what Mogan reportedly did. You wonder if being ignored made Kohberger irate. See, first I heard it was Maddie too. See, Gregory, I heard that he did it several times, but I never heard which one of them it was. All right. So was Instagram for the murder like a gallery of women to date, or perhaps a target for violence? So the police haven't told us the motive in the case, but it seems like everybody has a theory. Women I've spoken to have said that since the story broke, that they believe that Idaho student murders were committed by someone who hates women, which unfortunately wouldn't be surprising. Femicide is an under-discussed problem in the United States, where nearly 3 women are murdered every day, and most often by current or former intimate partners. And in the Idaho case, it was the look of the victims at first raised suspicion that this was a hate crime. I'm curious to know, y'all, what the motive is on this.
Remember the first day that this happened? When we found out about it, I either typed to you or came on panel and said, "This is guaranteed. This crime was personal because of the nature of it."
Right.
Yeah, it's going to be personal before we're done.
Scarlett, can you drop the link, please?
Yes. Yeah, I just dropped it for him.
Thanks.
So I'll give him a second to come up. Let's see. Hey, Allie, how are you? But yeah, I mean, I wonder if it's personal. What caused it? Like, was it because he tried to talk to one of them and they ignored him?
It could be that. It could be rejection. It could be well, whatever would be in his mind, because he doesn't appear to have a big, huge love life here. So, maybe the pressure of not getting a pretty woman to talk to you, even though you see her talking to other people on that area, could be personal. And maybe he went in there just to get her and had to take someone else out because they were there. And then after that happened, then the guy came out of his room because he heard something.
All right. And it's kind of escalated.
It just was, I think it was a domino effect. I don't think he went to that property, whoever it was, to kill 4 people, unless 4 people had rejected him or, made fun of him publicly or something. I think it was that she went there to prove a point and got into more than he expected.
Philly, can you hear us?
Hey, how are you?
I'm doing good. How are you?
Hey, good. I was just wondering, like, do you guys think that that Bryan Kohberger was at that house in some point, like
At a party
or something?
at some kind of, yeah, exactly, at a party or something, like, because I don't think that he would just be like, stalking these women. And then
I don't know if he would be at a party per se, because he's such a loner. And the second part that you said, I was just thinking the same thing. I was waiting for Scarlett to finish talking. Maybe he just like went somewhere and they were there and he just looked at her and was like, that's the one. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Like
she worked at a restaurant.
Maybe he just looked at her and in his mind something clicked and was like, that's her. I'm going to study her. I'm going to find everything about her. Whatever. And then it exploded into what happened. I don't know, but I'm glad somebody else maybe thought the same thing.
Oh, he inserted himself, whether it be mentally, into his target's life. The 2 girls worked in a restaurant, correct?
Yeah, Maddie and Xana did.
So that's probably how, maybe just like he said, the love at first sight, but it's one way. I mean,
right. I mean, he could have went to the restaurant, even though the owner is saying that he'd never been there. That doesn't necessarily mean that he truthfully had never been there. He might have been. They just don't want their name attached to his, especially in the media or social media or whatever. But he could have went there, saw Maddie, tried to talk to her. She might have blew him off or just ignored him, and then he sent her a message. And I don't know if she necessarily ignored the messages on Instagram. Maybe it just went to the what are they called? Was it message request or something like that? They said on another article, and maybe she just didn't see it.
But can we all agree that he was at that house at one time, whether it be just in the doorway?
I think so. I think he was definitely either there or right outside of the house for a party that they had. That there's no way that he just stalked them and he wasn't connected in some kind of way, like observing those girls.
I mean, he could have.
Maybe he went with Dizzy Chef and brought the half bottle of wine.
I mean, he could have just showed, because I mean, there's people that went to those parties at that house that half the time they probably didn't even know. He could have just showed up and walked in and not even be invited. Or one of the times that they claimed that he was around the house, he could have, it could have been late at night and all the lights were out, and maybe he walked up to the back door checking things out.
But I do believe he did a little bit of stalking before.
Oh, for sure.
Do y'all honestly think Bryan would go to a party of what they say 150 people at this house? Do you really think he would go to that party?
Absolutely.
I do.
Especially if there's 150 people, because
You
If
blend.
it,
You can sneak around and do whatever you want in the house, and there's so many people in there, especially if none of the girls were there. He could have walked around that house and looked at all the rooms and got the layout of it and everything. Even if he was just there long enough to get the layout of the house, you
I
know.
was just wondering because the guy that was friends with him in school or something had said that when they would have parties, he would kind of like stay to himself in the corner. And when he did talk, it was kind of like a soft talk and stuff like that. So I didn't know if I could see him in a big party like that. However, if he has this plan and he needs to do this for his plan, then I could see that. Like you guys said.
well,
Right.
you
But
just explained it. If he can go in a corner and sort of blend in with the paint, then he could then he can absolutely sneak into a party and But I don't think any. Well, I don't want to say normal person, but I don't think humans meet a woman, say that's the woman that I want to spend the rest of my life with, and immediately think I'm going to kill her if she rejects
No,
me. So this had to be a process in his mind.
there had to be more to it than just that, I think.
I think
I,
rage had to build.
yeah, and I don't think he was like necessarily attracted to any of those girls. I think he just had a, a serious issue with women.
Well,
And
I need to tell you
them
something.
them ignoring him or not even just paying even a little bit of attention to him, or if they didn't let him, like, let's just say he was at the restaurant for an example, and he complained about something and they didn't take his bullshit, that to him that would make him mad because he
right.
thinks that he's superior to women. And that could have something to do with that. Like they could have said something to him, or just any little thing that he didn't like, and he got upset over it.
But think about this aspect too. The guy that was there that got hurt, we'll just say that this Bryan talked to him, and this guy tolerated him because it wasn't a male female thing, and maybe the person that did this uh, gained a lot of information from people in the house. What would you say? How do I say that? Unknowingly, that
Right.
he was pumping for information. And I think the rage just built and built, and maybe like there was one girl that wasn't even supposed to be there, correct? If I remember right.
No, Ethan didn't live there. Is that what you're talking about?
Haley wasn't supposed to be there.
Well, yeah, Kaylee had done moved out. She was
Okay,
just back for the weekend.
so who do they think he was after?
Kaylee?
And
Yeah,
that's the
they
one that
think
wasn't
Haley.
supposed to be there?
Yes.
Yeah.
All right. So opportunity presented itself, and that was the trigger. He
Yeah.
probably missed his opportunity when she moved out.
Okay, so see, that was a question I had. I think I had that question put in my email to remind me one night, and I didn't go live that night. Um, and I don't remember if I asked it or not. But okay, so we know that allegedly he'd been around the house 12 different times. I'm wondering if during those 12 times, when Kaylee moved out from the house and went back to her parents' house, during the time between that time and the time that she came back that weekend that the murders happened, while she was going, I wonder if any of those 12 times is when he came there, or was it just when Kaylee was living at the house?
Well, that's hard to tell.
Yeah, and she wasn't even supposed to be there that weekend.
But
Right.
No.
She was
they
just
all
supposed
went out drinking that night.
Mm-hmm.
So
Right.
Maybe he was riding around town
and saw
and
her.
he saw Maddie and Kaylee together and put two and two together and just heard, or maybe was, stopped around the food truck and nobody's like, no cameras picked them up. We don't know if he
Or
was
he
really
was,
there or not.
because Kaylee, she had been posting on social media while she was there that weekend. So he
All
could
right.
have
Oh,
So
he
there
could
you
have seen
go.
that too.
yep.
She moved out. He was disappointed. He was probably thinking of ways. Then he saw her there, and then all of a sudden it was, here's my opportunity.
Yeah.
Yeah, but Scarlett just said that he was Instagramming Maddie, correct?
That's what it's saying on this article.
So that's confusing.
But nobody knows if she was receiving the messages too.
Yeah. You know,
Because she could have had him blocked. She could have had him a lot of things.
Right, so he could have been after her too.
But
for ignoring him.
He can still see, because people live on the internet, he can still see, like maybe one of the girls says, oh yay, Kaylee's coming back for the weekend.
Yeah, I think he was stalking their social media. And like I said, Kaylee had the picture that we've all seen of all the girls, all 5 of them with Ethan. Kaylee had actually posted that picture, and it was something to the effect of luckiest girl to be surrounded by people like this, or such great people, or something like that.
There you go.
So she posted that with that picture while she was there. So he could have seen that and knew, okay, she's back in Moscow
for a weekend.
Right.
So whatever, if he enraged her out to get her, his window of opportunity is within so many hours.
But I still think that it could be for Maddie too, because even though she didn't receive the messages, he would be kind of upset for, not upset, but I'm saying nice words,
Right.
because maybe he thought she was ignoring him or put him on, you know what I mean? So
they
did
were
Maddie
at a
have
bar.
boyfriend?
They went out drinking. Who's to say that Bryan wasn't there just observing?
Did Maddie have a boyfriend?
Yes, she was going with a guy named Jake.
Okay.
See, wait, Steve Gonzalez's online profile does show some connection to Coburger on the East Coast. Not sure if it's the same Coburger though.
But
I read that in chat.
Do you guys think there's the prosecution is going to have a problem with proving that he was even there?
No.
Absolutely.
No.
No?
His DNA's there, isn't it?
Yeah.
What's that?
It's
His
on the button on that
DNA
knife
there.
sheath.
On this, yeah.
On a pristine knife sheath.
Yeah.
Otherwise, so far as we know.
Yeah,
and
I mean
that anyone could have showed to him at any time.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but
'cause
does that prove that he was actually there?
No, he'll have to prove
my
that he
opinion,
wasn't
no.
there.
I
That's
mean,
what's going to happen.
if you take a knife sheath and the only place that his DNA is on is that little bitty snap, like that's a very tiny spot. If it's his, his DNA should be all over it.
I have an explanation
and
for
most
that.
likely victim's DNA,
I'm just
It's
playing
leather,
devil's
right?
advocate.
especially if they didn't see it the first time around.
Yeah, 'cause that
It's
didn't make
leather,
sense
right?
either. Yeah,
So
it's
he could
leather.
have wiped it all off and then wiped everything off and then forgot when he was supposed to close the sheath to cover the thumbprint on. To close it, he didn't close it, but everything else is pristine because he cleaned it. He just forgot to close it with something covering his thumbprint, in my opinion.
The only way that I see that happening is if it was a plastic sheath.
Not leather?
Not leather, because you could never clean all of it off.
Yeah, because don't
It
your
would be stained.
the oils from your hand, wouldn't that soak into the leather?
Yeah.
Even if it's just a very small amount from your hands, it would still soak into it.
If there was victim's blood or anything substantial, it would still be there, and if it was his, it would still be there.
Right.
There's experts that have already said that you could never clean a leather knife sheath well enough to not leave anything.
Yeah, because that leather soaks stuff up.
Okay, well, that makes no
And-
sense whatsoever. That means he never touched it then.
No, if they really have the DNA on the snap, it means he did touch it at some point. But the question is when and where.
And does that prove that he was there?
Right.
What
but
about DM, the
I mean,
eyewitness?
I think that depends on what 12 people come to a conclusion on when the time comes. Because
they had to have probable cause to arrest him. That's
Well,
number one.
people have been convicted before on circumstantial evidence, so it's not impossible that they might decide that that's enough to place him there.
Right, right.
Well,
Okay, but
that's right,
if they decided that he was placed there, his only defense is to prove he wasn't there.
Or that he was there
Right.
sometime previously
Right.
and was
So
shown
this
the
is
knife.
going to be this hearing is going to be a cluster.
For
You're
sure.
right, because he might never go to trial.
With,
You know,
with the-
June decides everything. June decides whether he's going to go to trial or not, because that's when the prosecution has to provide all their evidence in order to, get a trial. If they don't feel like they have enough evidence to even bring them to trial, then there won't be a trial. That's up to the pretrial hearing and the judge.
Exactly. So we can
so-
only sit here and pray that LE did their
Has
job.
enough. Right.
Right.
Well, for me
We won't
personally,
ever know till then.
I'm gonna pray that they get the right person or people, whoever that is, whether it's Bryan or someone else entirely.
Oh, absolutely.
Because I'm definitely still not convinced. In fact, I'm probably less convinced than ever, due to the Enon thing and his arrest record and the possibility of informants and the possible relationship between the lead investigator and a fellow that got deleted by police, and the fact that knife sheath in question was found by the lead investigator like several hours apparently after the fact of them arriving on the scene.
Well, Bryan has a problem with OCD, correct?
Has it ever came out
Uh-oh.
in just anybody proven that he does in fact have OCD?
Well, I guess what I'm trying to get at, and I'll say it quick so I don't make it take up your show, which is if he was a clean freak of any way, to go do this, he must have known that there was going to be an exchange of body fluids. Okay.
Right.
So he must have been, like, just for the sake of me saying something, say he was wearing like a scuba diving outfit or nylon or something that he could easily take off, and his clothes underneath or whatever would be there. The only other possibility would be that he had there was a second party, whether it be a driver or whoever. Now, for all we know, if they did have a second party, they would have this person in protective custody, not in a jail, but in a witness program thing. And he would be hidden off somewhere. So there's
Why not in jail?
So there's so much that won't come out till June. So like I said, it boils right down to if Ellie did their job in the FBI, then okay. If they didn't do their job,
like next June, like it's not even going to be for a year, over a year from now.
No, it's this June, isn't it?
Well, it's probably going to be a year from this June.
For what?
Excuse me, Scarlett.
Yeah.
I'm just wondering, can you do a poll and ask everyone if they think this should be a death penalty case or a life case?
Okay, yeah, let me do one here real quick. Okay, let's see. Oh shit.
Yeah, the evidence thing is why I've been kind of feeling all along that they need some like actual blood evidence out of Bryan's car or Bryan's house or his apartment or wherever he may have been, or something real of him in the house.
Agreed, because we don't we want to feel as if the person going to jail is the correct person.
Right.
Right.
Otherwise, the person
Right.
is still out there.
I
Or
just feel like
persons.
whoever did this deserves the death penalty case. 4 lives are gone. Whoever did this definitely deserves the death penalty, in my opinion.
Well, remember one thing. It's going to take years for the appellate judge or the Supreme Court to sign off on this when it's all done. It has to be done that way on a death. If he was sentenced, that's got to be. So sometimes that takes 20 years.
Oh yeah, for sure. He'll probably die in prison from something or natural causes before he gets executed, and that's just the way things are going in every state, people being executed, excuse me. But yeah, most definitely. But he'll be in a death row section of the prison and not with other inmates. So it's not going to be like life in prison. He'll be like in general pop or whatever. But death row is a whole different section. And
if he gets life, and these women were beautiful, okay? If he gets life, I'm not going to guarantee you, but I'll bet you a nickel that his life will not be as long as he thinks. So
somebody in the jail, if he just gets life in prison, someone in jail will try to go after him.
Can I ask you as a question too?
You're cutting out.
I think more.
Wait, what is it?
Something. I'm sorry. Can you guys
No,
hear
go
me?
ahead.
All right.
Yeah, you're good now.
Okay, sorry. Apparently there was something that came out on NewsNation last night or the night before that one of their friends came in and took the pulse of Ethan.
Right. Yeah.
So
allegedly Ethan's best friend.
okay. So how many people were in that house before the cops even showed up to that house? And that's why I almost feel like the house would, like the crime scene was tainted in some kind of way that's going to get Bryan off the hook. Because
the one that took his pulse is his best friend. He's the one that found him. He checked for a pulse, even though there was blood everywhere. He still checked for a pulse, of course, to see if his friend still, had any life left in him or whatever. Then I'm not sure why I took one of the girls' phones and called 911. I know he was in there for a fact. Other than that, I don't know.
Well, this is what they do. If a crime scene is contaminated, whether it be the police officers not having to do a welfare check, and they walk in and they were to find something like this, and there was a lot of fluid on the floor, and they ended up walking through it and stuff. It's problematic. But what they do is that they take everybody's name that was there, they take everybody's foot imprint that was there, that was wearing, you know what I'm saying? They're not their foot, but their shoe imprint.
Right.
They could even run DNA for all we know, but of course now it's more sophisticated. They might have taken blood from all these people that entered that thing for process of elimination. Now that's not to say just because. I mean, okay, so I go in a building, I kill somebody, and I happen to be at the frat house when they call, and I run over there. So I'm putting my DNA over there, okay? But they've got ways of doing it. Trust me, especially if the FBI are involved.
Yeah, like Tonka said, it would be a process of elimination. That way, if there was somebody else other than Dylan, Bethany, Ethan, Xana, Kaylee, and Maddie's DNA that they get. Of course, those 5, 6 really would be the ones that they would know would be in the house. So any other DNA, yes, everybody who was in that house before police got there would need to give their DNA to be eliminated.
Well, be careful, because we'll say that, well, you can just use Bryan because he's on the hot seat right now. If Bryan was one of the ones that went into that house because he was sleeping at the frat house when the phone call came for help, that would explain why his DNA is there.
Well, he could have been there for like 5 or 6 months previously for just a random party, right? So like that's the problem that they're gonna have proving that he was there that particular night.
But I
right?
think that the crime scene was so,
Oh, it was contaminated for sure.
it was contaminated, but the crime scene was so, how do I say it? I don't want to say it the way it to come out on the internet. So if you walked into a house and took a 22 bullet and in the somebody's sleep, you shot them somewhere high on the body, that body would be laying there, and of course there would be body fluids coming out, and it would be localized to a certain thing. This crime was physical.
Mm-hmm.
And it was messy.
Right. Yeah.
Well, I think in that case, then Dylan and Bethany also was, in the crime scene.
Well, they lived there.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, no matter what, there was people in there before and after the 911 call that didn't have booties on for sure after the fact.
Exactly.
And most likely even more so before the fact.
Okay, so if you went into that house and just for a party, yes, you might have left a fingerprint behind. But I think because the crime was so horrendous that they probably, knowing it's a party house, they probably kept their evidence to the difference between a thumbprint that some black powder picked up on the wall than a thumbprint with red substance on it. You follow what I'm trying to say?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
So,
but how do they differentiate who was in there 6 months ago as opposed to that day?
well, you're
with
right.
a bloody
Problem.
She's saying with a bloody fingerprint, though. Like, right?
Do we have that?
We don't know because it's
they
been
haven't said.
But
Right.
what I'm saying is that a crime like that, the whole thing's going to be problematic. They were a party house. You know what I mean? There was a lot of people in that house. Everybody was bitching because the dog didn't bark and howl. Well, the dog, since they got it, was used to high traffic in that house. I got a dog right here. Somebody, he'd lick them to death. So
yeah, I think what they're going to have to find his DNA, his blood or something mixed in with their blood.
So what I'm trying to, the other thing I'm trying to say is, and this gets me, is for him to pull this off, what a person that had pulled off something like this, what would they look like when they were done? Okay, and say there's no damage to the body, but their clothes would have picked up a lot of things, and it would have been a mess. So where did those clothes go, or whatever the assailant, whoever it was wearing?
That's a good question.
Yeah, and you know what? I totally agree with that. And apparently the cops were on to him like a week or two, right? After
Yeah, it
this happened.
It wasn't long afterwards.
It wasn't long afterwards. So like they probably, if there was something substantial that was on his body, or like even with him wearing the gloves when he was teaching, there has to be something that they were like, this is concrete evidence.
But don't you find? I mean, I want you to picture this. Just picture it. You go to school one day, and the person teaching you is wearing latex gloves. Now, unless you've got a skin problem, or you've put medication on that you have to put these gloves on to protect, you know what I mean? Like
Yeah.
a lanolin or something. If somebody come up to me and was in my class and had all of a sudden was wearing latex gloves, I would be thinking, Jesus, don't come near me.
Like something's up. Are you sick or
Yeah, right.
something?
It'd be like, keep my distance from this. This guy's whacked.
Right. But see, none of his students that he, or, you know, even people that he was in class with, none of them said anything about him, you know, wearing gloves to class after that. He didn't have any type of injuries. Like, none of them that did any of the interviews afterwards, they just mostly talked about how weird he was and the way he acted, but never once mentioned any injuries, any scratches, nothing like that.
Okay, so if you look at the traffic stop,
yeah, what was it? His right hand?
I believe it's his right hand, his knuckles or something. Looks like he'd been in a scuffle.
Right.
So
but I thought that was weird though that they never mentioned anything about any type of injuries
because they sealed the case. So they sealed it tight, quick. This information, that if it is information coming out, and it's a reliable source that this reporter trusts, to me, the only answer is there is parents, whether it be on the pro or con side, that's leaking information.
Well, I agree with Philly. I think they must have more that we don't know about in order to fulfill that warrant for a judge to sign on it.
Yeah, because there's
right here in chat, JC said incorrect. His class did say he wore gloves in class after the murders.
Okay, I remember somebody saying that he wore gloves to the grocery store and stuff like that. I don't remember about the classroom, so that's why I was asking if she remembers.
That doesn't prove that he was at the crime scene.
You're right.
That he's a derelict and that he's got OCD issues.
Mm-hmm.
Like they have to prove that he was at the crime scene.
You're right.
Like Bryan Hoffman just said, he did have a doctor's appointment a few days after the murders that he went to.
Yeah.
And he also went to the DMV 5 days afterwards and got his tags changed on his car.
And I wonder how that lines up with the school letters in dates.
Well, they can subpoena his doctor visit reports. And what's the other one you said? I was falling asleep.
He went to the DMV.
They have cameras.
His license plates and registration and all that had it changed over to Washington.
And that they have cameras, so they could definitely see the condition his hands are in.
5 days later, you said? So the 17th?
Yeah. 18th.
18th.
Yeah.
So again, I think this all boils down to we got to wait till June, because I think and I think the things that, I mean, look how it's being, I hate to say this, but look how look at the way the phrasing is being said by the reporter. She was told that Bryan cannot wait to be exonerated.
Right. Yeah.
Well, who would say that? Because Bryan's not talking to the victim's parents.
His lawyer asked him if he wanted to make a statement. Sorry.
Just like I heard Banfield say, see, in the beginning when this happened and he said he couldn't wait to be exonerated, I'm like, wait, exoneration means you're convicted of something and then you get exonerated from it with an appeal. And everybody was telling me no, that wasn't true. And then I saw on Banfield, she explained it, that it was acquitted is when you know, get acquitted of the charges. However, exonerated means you're convicted of something and then you appeal and then you get exonerated. So why
Exactly.
is he saying exonerated instead of, you know, why is he saying exonerated? Like, does he think he's gonna get convicted and then be able to appeal it? Is like, I don't understand his wording with that. You
Maybe
guys
he
have any
doesn't
idea?
understand it either, even though he's got a PhD. Maybe he just used the wrong word, or he didn't use the wrong word. Like I said, it's going to all boil down to: do we have the right person? Is there enough evidence to prove that that's the right person? Because again, I want to make sure it's the right person. We're just saying Bryan all the time because they gave us they gave us the sacrificial lamb at this point.
Well, no, because they had to have reasons,
Right,
concrete
right.
reasons in order to
Yeah.
you know, all that. So, I mean, they
Y-
have stuff that is enough for him to, you know, be in jail for murder. So, I think
And
that was
okay, real
It's a
quick.
big circle jerk until we hear the evidence because we're all saying the same thing.
Okay, real quick, I want to put just so everybody knows. So, an exoneration occurs when a person has been convicted of a crime and is officially cleared after new evidence of innocence has become available. So, I just wanted to put that out there. Go ahead, y'all.
so. Does he feel like I mean, I feel like he said that because he is the right guy. He knows he'll probably be convicted and then he'll have to appeal it. And in my opinion, that's how I took it. But you know, I would like to know how other people took it because according to Banfield, what tonight or whenever I watched it, maybe it was on here. Um, she said that he's continuing to say exoneration, like
Well,
he's not changing his wording.
maybe that's his thing. Maybe he's studied so many crime things that in his mind he thinks he's smart enough to win
Yes,
it after.
yes, yes. He knows that there's not enough evidence to put him at the crime scene
But
unless
that
there's
would be
blood.
acquitted.
Well, unless there's blood on the sheath,
Or the
unless
sheets
there's
they pulled out of his apartment.
well, yeah, but they still have to prove that he was at the crime scene, right?
Oh yeah, yeah. The only way that if that is blood and they test it, if it's only his blood, well, he had an accident. But if it's got somebody else's blood in there
Right,
that matches one of the deceased people, now you got a problem.
right.
So, like I said, this is I think it's family members that are. I mean, who to heck else would a reputable reporter go on a live and stand by their facts unless it was Ellie Leakin or a family member?
I'm thinking it's going to be a family member.
Well, yeah, but I'm just saying Ellie's the only other one that would know the stuff.
Right. Right.
So that being said, like I said before, and I told you this a couple weeks ago, if people don't stop leaking shit, he's going to walk if he did it.
Right.
Well, they keep leaking stuff
Yes.
like
Yeah.
I mean the last week or two there's like a friend of a friend that
It's like ever since this gag order was challenged by Shannon Gray, it's like then all of a sudden these sources just come out of the woodworks.
yeah, because they're not family and they're not defendants. They're people that just know information, right?
Right.
Right.
And walking
There's nothing
Tonka.
that can stop them from saying whatever they want to say.
Right.
Well, like Tanka, I don't know how to pronounce that name, just said in chat. 3 of the victims had defense wounds. I'm sure they checked for DNA under the fingernails. Well, yes, because women are more likely to claw than a male. A male's more likely to punch
Right.
or to grab. A woman I would think would have the tendency to claw. So depending upon how long their fingernails were and blah, 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 again, going back to June, there will be something there. But if he was covered all over, because he was wearing a half mask, how much DNA could be there unless they reach for the face where you have to go for skin, you know what I mean, to pick up somebody's DNA.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think you could reach for clothing to get somebody.
Can I ask you guys a question too? And
Sure.
I apologize. Like I haven't totally caught up in the last like week or so, but so the first word we got with Dylan when she saw him walk by with the mask, right? And then she like scurried in her room and went into the room and locked her door. And then a week later we heard that Dylan saw some guy and you know it was just another party and she didn't think anything of it. So what are we supposed to believe?
Well, first believe that they're all drinking that night.
But was she scared or was she not scared? That like how do we?
That's a hard question because you want to believe the PCA because it's a legal document. But then you've got these people coming out saying that Dylan said something completely different.
Yeah.
And Dylan's not going to come out because she's more than likely, we've all heard she's got an attorney. If she does, the attorney's like, don't say nothing, just stay quiet. So she can't come out and say, no, I didn't tell somebody else what they're saying I told them. What is in the PCA is what was said. So she can't come out and basically defend herself either.
And please don't think that I'm questioning Dylan. Like,
no, you're good.
Yeah, she's a 19, 20-year-old girl.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Like she was probably scared out of her mind. But why? Like we're getting completely conflicting information about what. Yeah.
Because I mean, my thing is, if she thought it was a guy that was just there for a party, then why was she scared and go back in her room and lock her door? Now, did she really tell these other people that she just thought he was a guy at the party, and then she told the police, I seen him and I was scared? But what I don't understand what that is, when she seen him and he just walked by her and left out of the house, at that point she didn't know what had happened, according to the PCA. But I do understand that there is some things that has been left out of it. So I'm curious to know what she's seen or what all she heard that made her scared of this guy when he walked by her. So where she was in a frozen state of shock and went in her room and locked her door and didn't call the police.
And that conflicting information was apparently that she kept screaming upstairs, like, stop making so much noise, right?
Yeah, these other sources have came out, said that she thought that there was a party going on upstairs during the time that what happened with Kaylee and Maddie happened. And so she, they woke her up or whatever. She opened up her door, hollered up there, told them to be quiet. She's trying to sleep. They're being loud, or something to that effect. That may not be verbatim what was said. And then she shut her door. And then I don't know. I can't remember if they said, there's been so much said with this case, but I don't remember if they said she opened up her door a second time. But then you've got Ethan's sister-in-law allegedly coming out saying that Dylan heard screams coming from the upstairs and from Xana's room. You got the PCA saying that she heard crying coming from Xana's room. So it's there's so many of these different things. It's hard. Like I said, I want to believe the PCA because it's a legal document, but it's so hard because none of it makes sense.
Yeah.
But the minute you said in your conversation, just now, they said, okay?
Uh-huh.
The minute you use that phrase, they said, and it wasn't implied that it was the Jane that was there, okay?
Mhm.
Now you got a problem. Because who are they? And what do they know? And do they
Right.
know the truth?
Right.
And it's like I said, this is a big circle jerk till June. I don't think the state is going to give away every little thing that they've got for evidence until that probable cause hearing.
Oh yeah, no, they just put enough in that PCA just to get the arrest warrant. We
So
only
now they got to make it stick.
right. I mean, we only know 10% maybe of what the police department actually has as far as evidence and information regarding the investigation. Um, and everything that they're going to present at the prelim, they've kind of got to prove it as well. Like,
Yep.
Everything that they put in that PCA, they have to have the evidence to back it up when it goes to court.
Yeah, because that judge is determining whether they have enough evidence to go to court.
Right. And like Vapor just said, you need to understand that the defense has investigators running down these people to see if they are legitimate enough to use in court.
Right.
Yeah.
So you're in Never Land right now. We all are until June.
Right.
I just hope this case doesn't end up like the Alec Murdoch case, because evidently all his stuff is coming down to phone usage and phone data and
I know, like how
car
many
data.
steps he took or something like that.
Yeah, and the
Yeah.
car data, like how he went very, very slow, right where the Maggie's phone was found and stuff like that. So I think that the car and the computer tower and his phone definitely will play a big role in this. And unfortunately, we'll never know with Dylan what happened until she comes out with it herself, which she probably will have to in the prelim hearing. So all we can do is speculate, and it's like getting crazy because everybody's speculating the same thing over and over, and everybody just says the same thing over and over, and it's like we're not gonna know anything until June. So I don't understand, like,
Unless something crazy happens, like, because this has already been hinted at. If something crazy happens, like he's decided he's going to take a plea deal.
yeah, that won't happen. If he says he's eager to be exonerated, that's not going to happen. And I
Yeah,
still don't know why he said exonerated instead of acquitted. There's something there.
Well, exonerated outside of a courtroom means that someone thought you did something and it was proved otherwise, and then you would be also exonerated. I mean, it connotates the same meaning.
Yeah.
Wouldn't it be acquitted like, oh, I forgot bro was up here, or one of y'all. I forgot there was two guys up here.
I mean, in a court of law, it might mean what you're saying, but like growing up in my house, if my dad thought that I did something and it was proved otherwise, he would tell me I was exonerated, Well,
I'm talking about the court of law here.
Yeah, but what was Bryan talking about?
Bryan knows the law.
We don't know whether he meant after the fact or before the fact, and I would assume before the fact.
Well, I'll just say this, you guys. I saw a comment and it said, just remember, the prosecutor has to convince 12 people that he did this crime, but the defense only has to convince one person that he didn't. And that scares me in every murder case they have.
Exactly.
Yeah, because the state has the burden of proof.
There's nothing that proves that Bryan was there.
I mean, they have a white car on a camera, but unless they have that camera showing that he is in the driver's seat and there's no one else in the car with him, I mean, all they have at this point that we know of is a white car like he drives.
Right. And I think that we all think that he's guilty. But is there enough evidence to prove the 12 people that he was there at the crime scene?
Probably so, and we don't know.
Yeah, there's no telling how much else they have.
Yeah.
We can only hope they got the right
We can
person.
only hope there's a lot more. Yeah.
I'm with you on that.
Because they could have more DNA than what they're saying. I mean, they're just putting the DNA on the knife sheet there. There could be more.
They said they got stuff from his house that may or may not. They didn't call it out as being blood, but they described colors and stuff. So who knows?
Right. And also, the 27th will be the day that they're supposed to unseal the search warrant from Pennsylvania for the house and the car.
They're supposed to.
It's only supposed to stay sealed for 60 days. So the 27th of February will be 60 days.
But
so
the all it takes is 59 days for somebody to seal it again. It's what I'm trying to.
Yeah, unless there's some kind of something going on behind the scenes and they're trying to keep it sealed. Hopefully, though, it's released on the 27th.
Oh, I think they're okay. So now we got to sit here and take odds to, will it get released or will it stay sealed?
February 27th, you mean?
Yep.
Yeah, February 27th.
Because it's sealed right now and stuff's leaking out.
Right, but so far nothing's leaked as far as what they got from his parents' house or out of his car.
But we know, what's leaked, do we know it to be facts?
Exactly.
No, we don't.
Exactly.
But I do hope we have the right person.
I hope so, because if not, then if he's not the right person, then whoever did this is still out walking free.
Exactly.
Yeah, for the sake of the families and the communities, I definitely agree with that.
Right.
Do you guys think that he did it? Honestly.
Yes.
I can't say honestly because it's not like they're giving us a list of 5 names and we got to pick one out.
I think based on
do, but I'm just worried that the prosecution doesn't have enough to put him there. That's just my opinion.
Wait.
Yeah, that
Just
really
wait,
depends on what they have or don't have that we don't know about.
Yeah, because you did have a lot of FBI agents working the case, and they were working hand in hand with them, with the local. So that being said, the FBI has criminal labs for certain things that the most LE wouldn't have access to.
I've heard that they've increased that number too. I don't know if that's for sure the case, but I've heard they've increased that number to about 60 agents now. So,
What?
FBI.
Working the case?
Yeah, it was 40 something to begin with, and I heard on another channel that it was as many as 60, but I didn't see a confirmation of that.
Yeah. Well, you figure they had at that thing that Scarlett said last night. I forget where it occurred. You had police up in the rafters, so you had a bunch
at the vigil that they had at the Kibble Dome.
So that means you got a lot of undercover in the crowd. If the crowd's big, even if every FBI agent that they had in the area was there, 40 of them probably wouldn't be enough. If you're sleuthing.
I mean, if you really look at the body of the evidence, including Enon's situation and position in multiple spots that are residences that are within the affidavit proposed route, of the vehicle, I mean, that alone brings up issues, in my opinion. And then if you couple that with the fact that apparently Bryan was a known user of drugs, you know, like if he was at Enon's house, let's say, hypothetically, of course, if they had a relationship and they were hanging out at Enon's for any length of time, then all those pings that are in question and everything, and all those numbers of times that those pings happened in the neighborhood previous to the event, I mean, it's, you know, it's not rocket science to figure out that that Bryan could have been around that area for multiple other reasons
But
other than committing
Right.
crime.
the only thing with that is, how long ago was Bryan on heroin?
I really don't know. I mean, I don't know if he ever was off of it. I know
They said back
personally.
in high school, right? Wasn't it during his high school, like senior year of high school, that he was on it?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if it was like if he was recently on it or if he got off of it like 10 years ago.
They did say that he went to a rehab. Well, this is coming from one of his friends. Uh, allegedly went to rehab several years ago. I don't know exactly how long, but I believe maybe by the time he was already at DeSales University, he had then went to the rehab and got off of it.
Well, if he was
Also,
using it all the time, think of this. If he was using it for a while and he committed these murders, and it doesn't have to be Bryan, it could be anybody.
Mhm.
The minute you were arrested, you're coming off it for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So how
totally.
did he act? How did the suspect act every time we saw him in handcuffs going to the court? Did he look like somebody that was DTing or?
Yeah, you're totally
No,
right. He would be a total freaking mess.
He'd be a mess.
Yeah.
he's not
Yeah.
He
detoxing.
yeah.
He's too calm to be
yeah,
detoxing. However,
he was super
um,
calm.
as
Now,
someone who did drugs, I'm sorry, Scarlett. I would just want to say this, and I'm a drop because Brett's voice is putting me to sleep.
Sorry.
As someone who did drugs, I cannot see someone on heroin doing this. However, when my ex-boyfriend was not on drugs, he was wonderful. As soon as we did meth, I got beat. I got beat like I was an inmate in jail with him, and and I could see Bryan doing whether he did heroin or not. My cousin does fentanyl and meth, so it doesn't matter, which choice, if he's on drugs, which drug of choice he has now. However, the only way I can see him committing this, in my opinion, is if he was on meth, because that would explain the speed and the anger, because there's bad anger rage whenever
Mhm.
you're on meth.
well, I'm
And
glad you said that because I was going to ask you: is there a drug that he could have taken
mhm.
for a little bit of false courage that night that wouldn't have showed him not getting it again? I mean, he wouldn't have reacted to not getting it again.
Well, I'll tell you what, I mean, whenever I was doing it, I'm sober now. Actually, this month made a year. However,
Congratulations.
thank you.
Don't get her. Don't leave us.
What do you mean?
I was just saying, we don't want you to leave us.
Where am I going?
You say you're gonna drop.
Oh, I'm tired and listen, Brett.
Oh, okay.
I can
I'm
listen to
sorry.
Brett's voice for forever. But yeah, whenever you're on meth, like, dude, I thought I can kick everybody in the world's ass. You know what I mean? So I can definitely see, and it takes nothing for them to flip. I tell you, I got beat for years, but when we were sober, it was perfect. And so I definitely believe, in my opinion, that he was on meth speeding, and that's why he was able to do it so quickly and get in and out before anybody could really see him. And yeah, I think it was anger rage from drugs.
Oh, I just thought of something. He wasn't arrested a couple hours after the incident. He was arrested how many days later?
No, he's probably was sober whenever they arrested him. I'm sure.
Oh, no, what I'm trying to get at is he had all those days to not be seen stressing from coming off something.
Yeah, it was like 7 weeks later.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. He definitely does not look like he's detoxing in jail. He definitely looks like, calm and collective and, not saying anything. And, he's definitely not detoxing. I can tell you that.
Another thing I was thinking of too is, for all the arrest records that I've seen on Enon thus far, none of them included opioids of any kind. So there's that.
Well, then again, I mean, meth is meth an opioid? No, opioids are downers, I thought.
Yeah, methamphetamine is a stimulant, and heroin and Oxycontin and not most, but it'd be more of a downer than an upper.
Opioids are actually made in labs, where opiates are plant-based. I believe that's how it is.
Well, look at
you. Is marijuana an opiate?
Wait, let me look at it. I know that opioids are made in labs. Methadone, fentanyl, those are both opioids. Hold on. Let me see how they classify the opiates.
Yeah, most pain medication is opioid based.
I was just wondering because she's saying plant based, so I was just wondering,
Hold on one second. Hold on. Let me bring Vapor up too. Okay.
Billy won't let me leave, so if y'all hear me snoring, just kick me, okay, Scarlett?
You're not out to leave, girl.
I'll be like, wake up, Stone Gator.
I love Brad's voice, y'all. I could listen to it all the time.
Maybe I'll have to start a story time thing at some point.
I want.
Yeah,
you really should. Your voice is wonderful.
I know, right?
Back in the day, you'd have had they would have called it a wonderful radio voice.
Well, I'm not gonna lie, I'm blushing a little bit right now, and I got a face for radio too in my own mind, but
Oh, stop.
Vapor, can you hear us okay?
I can hear you. How's everybody doing?
Hey, Vapor.
Doing good.
That's good.
Okay. Hold on, y'all. I'm trying to look for, I know that one is made in a lab where the other one, it's different. The way they classified it. I just got to find it.
Just Google, is marijuana an opiate?
Let's see. Well, shit, if I could spell marijuana right.
Marijuana is actually defined as a mild hallucinogen, I believe.
Hey, by the way, I love talking to you guys, so I just want to say that.
Likewise, Philly.
We love having you here with us.
That's why I called you up here.
You guys are awesome.
I feel bad sometimes because, this is great having 6 people, but if you get me and her together and we're on a rampage about something, I just worry about taking over her show. That's what I don't ever want to disrespect her and do that.
No, absolutely not. Your opinion is fucking awesome.
Yeah, Judy, you're good when you're up here.
Besides, Mama,
I like to hear everybody.
I'm good at playing the devil's advocate. So, if she wanted, okay, I'll give you a good example. I've never had children. My daughter's adopted. So, if you wanted to have a debate with me about should abortion be legal, or or whatever, you know what I mean? I could fight both sides of that argument with my history and still win the argument.
Well, we love you, either side that you're on.
Yeah.
Well, basically, all I try to do is feed off of Scarlett.
Well,
Because she's the
Scarlett's
one
the
that,
shit. So
well, yeah, because she's the boss. She's number one. So if she wants to go down a certain road, I kind of got to go with her.
No, I mean, y'all are all fine up here. Y'all know that.
What's up, Vapor?
Not a lot. Not a lot. And that's the way I like it.
What do you think about all this?
Which part?
Any of it.
Paper.
Just jump in anywhere.
Well, like you, I can play devil's advocate, and I like doing that sometimes. But in this situation, I keep, I always have said from the beginning that we need to go off of what we actually know. And we really don't know a whole hell of a lot.
We know quite a bit, though.
We know quite
We
a
know
bit.
4
but we
people
don't-
are deceased.
Well, and that's the whole reason why we're here, unfortunately. The reason why I was going to come up here is because the other night, and I remember it was Valentine's Day because we were talking about how Anne is going to get paid for this whole debacle she's involved in that she shouldn't be in. So I told Lost that I would text Gabe, which is my lawyer, and ask him, and I completely forgot that it was Valentine's Day. And that's the reason why I remember that's the day it was, because I texted him, and my text simply said, how much would you charge for a death penalty case? And he knows me, so he ended up calling me right back saying, what the hell did you do? And I said, I didn't do anything. I just wanted to talk about, and I kind of briefly told him what we were discussing. And he said, oh, well, I'm out with my wife for Valentine's Day. I'll call you in the morning on the way into the office. So I talked to him yesterday when he was driving into work. And I said, what would you charge to do a death penalty case? And he's like, I've done a lot of them in the past, and I'm involved in one right now. And I'm going to tell you right now that I'll never do one again unless it's a very high profile case, because first off, he said he would start at $350,000 for the case. But he said
it's not going to be my lawyer then.
Well, yeah, he doesn't. He's not a public defender. But he said that they're complete nightmares. You're married to it for life, and you'll never get paid anymore for doing it. And the problem is if you get them off, perfectly fine. You're fine and everything's done. But if they get convicted, you're married to it for life until that guy goes and gets executed or gets out on some appeal. You're still married to it for life, even though you're not the lawyer anymore. You have to be available for all information for every appeal, and every time he wants to go into court, anything, and you're never going to get paid another dime for it, but yet you're going to be married to it. So he's like, unless it's a very high profile case, I'll never do another one. So,
well, I don't blame him, because if we'll just say that $350 was a normal price, or and a fairly good price. You're right, because if the high profile part is just like the OJ case, those lawyers made money after the case, because whether it be books, whether it be that everybody wants them to represent them because they wanted a big case that was so publicized.
Right.
But if you lose that case, even though the guy was guilty to begin with, he would just happen to be rich and paid somebody a lot of money, that lawyer goes down with that case.
Well, exactly. And that's it's funny thing that you bring that OJ thing up, because he was OJ's lawyer, but he was OJ's lawyer here in Vegas when he got convicted, and OJ never paid him. He owes him for that job still.
Oh, I believe that.
Wow.
Oh, no. Yeah. And OJ's here now. He's out, but he lives here.
OJ
So,
needs to take a fast ticket to hell, as far as I'm concerned.
yeah, and the only reason Gabe took that job was because, you know, OJ at the time that he got caught here doing the shit he did, he lived in Florida, but Gabe is friends with his lawyer in Florida, and since his lawyer in Florida wasn't licensed in Nevada to take the case, his lawyer asked Gabe to do it, and that's the only reason he did it.
Wasn't that when he was robbed or something?
Yeah, he went to Palace Station here to supposedly recover some stolen memorabilia that some guy he knew took from him, and they ended up having a gun and threatening these people and all kinds of stuff. And
I remember that.
Yeah, that's why I'm saying.
I have a question about your friend lawyer. Is that $35,000 for the length of the trial?
No, that's
no.
That's $350,000.
Yeah.
Well, that's what I mean. 300. I'm sorry, $350,000 for the length of the trial for the whole case.
That's he says that's where he would start. He would have to see the case. That's where the price would start. He would have to look at the case, decide how many specialists or how much investigation. Yeah, how cut and dried. I mean, how much investigating how many people is he going to have to pay to go investigate stuff? How many specialized people is he going to have to pay to come into court? All that stuff.
Okay, I was about to say that's kind of lower than what Ann's getting.
$350,000.
That's what I was wondering. How much money is Kohberger's lawyer making?
Well, we went over that the other
$700,000 a year.
Wait. Hold on. I got it somewhere. Give me a second.
One of them posted notes.
I've got it. Just give me 1 sec. Okay. So, off the top, Latah County is paying Kootenai County just for 40 hours a week. They're getting $8,000 a week. That comes to a total of $384,000 a year. That's just 40 hours of her work, and anything over that 40 hours, Latah is paying her directly.
Yes. Okay. But Latah paying her county only that's what they're paying that county. She doesn't get anything but her base salary because she's a public defender. She doesn't get anything but her base salary. I don't know what her base salary is. I don't know what she makes from the county that she works for, but she only gets that unless she goes over 40 hours a week, and then she gets the $200 an hour on top of what her base salary is.
Right.
But let's face it, she's going to have perks when this trial's over, win or lose. She's going to have perks that she's going to make money off of.
Oh, for sure. Let's see.
Just like I've said this several times in typing in chat on Scarlett's show. But the first thing that's going to happen by the victim's parents, and this is usually a civil case, so it has to be done after, but they got to do it. They've got to file a case that the person, if he's convicted of it, cannot make any money.
Well, that's
writing a book.
What is that? Who's the killer in New York that caused this whole issue? Somebody in chat knows it. I don't even know if she's in here or not. No.
We'll go with OJ again. OJ could not write a book.
He did write a book.
But the money from the proceeds had to go to the family.
The Son of Sam law is what prohibits any convicted person from making money off their crime.
Right. Or I thought that the family had won the case that any money he makes in any way off this crime has to be given to the family.
Interesting that you say that, because the Goldmans sued OJ, and I'm friends with Kim, and he's never paid them a dime. Even though they won that civil suit in court, he's never paid them a dime.
Well, that's just like the old saying, trying to get blood out of a stone.
Okay, so I just looked it up. The average salary for a public defender's office in Kootenai County is $146,250 as of January the 26th, 2023, but the range typically falls between $123,000 and $169,000.
So break that down. I don't know if she gets paid monthly because it's a county. She probably gets paid from the government monthly. So what's that divided by 12 is what she makes a month.
Oh shit, you're really gonna make me do math at 2 o'clock in the morning?
$150,000 a month.
No, a year.
A year.
So divide
year.
that. So she's making about roughly 1,200 or 12,000 a month. 13,000 a month.
I'm just gonna do 150,000 because they were estimating it to be between. Okay, so that's 12,500 a month.
Okay. Yeah. So
And in jail, they're known as public pretenders.
yeah, and it's funny because Gabe was telling me yesterday when I was talking to him that one of the cases that the death penalty case he did, I don't remember when it was, but it was somewhat recent, where there was two defendants, and one of the defendants hired him, the other one got a public defender. Gabe's defendant, Gabe ended up getting him down to second-degree murder, and the public defender guy got the death penalty.
Well, there you go. So, what's wrong with the system here? That's not fair.
No, but he said he blatantly told me, he said both of them were guilty as sin. They were both guilty as hell. So.
Oh, well, in that case,
Excuse me, I have a question.
Yes.
Go ahead.
So the movies, Sins of a Mother with Lori Vallow, who gets the proceeds for that? JJ's family? Because Riley's dad is dead.
Because, well, it all depends if they filed a civil case, right?
Oh, I'm sure JJ's family did. I'm pretty sure they did.
Well,
I don't know who would get that. I never even watched that. I refuse to watch that.
I couldn't watch it. I tried to watch it like 10 times and I just couldn't.
Yeah, I never watched that, and I never watched Gabby Petito's either.
I didn't watch Gabby's, but
I watched.
It's more of a documentary. It's not like a movie like I thought it would be. It's more like a documentary with Kobe. Most of the time, I think Annie's in it too. But it's mostly a documentary to me.
Colby may get it then, or get part of the proceeds from it.
True.
I watched OJ's case intently.
So did I.
And I'll tell you why I watched it intently. The court was televised. The court was normally during the day, correct?
Yes.
Daytime. Okay.
Well, they did it live. Yeah.
The reason why I was able to see everything that was going on.
Wait, where did Ray go? Hold on,
I don't know.
I had him pulled up here, but let me put the link back
But
out.
we didn't
Come
say
on,
hi.
Ray.
Was because
We miss Ray.
I'm a retired correctional officer, and I was standing in the unit the day that the verdict was read.
Oh my goodness.
And I had to be prepared mentally for anything. So when it came out not guilty, that was a cakewalk.
Okay, Ray is back now. Ray, can you hear us okay?
Can you hear me?
Yeah,
Hey,
we can hear
Ray.
you.
What's up,
brother?
How are you?
What's up, Ray?
I'm doing good.
I want to say something out loud, and then you all can talk. I've
Go
been
ahead.
sitting here talking to you all and watching the numbers, and there is almost 250 people listening to us jammer on Scarlett's on Scarlett's channel, and I hope they're all hitting the like button.
Because
I hope
Scarlett has a fucking
Amen.
awesome channel. That's why.
Thank you.
Hit the like, hit the subscribe, move that bell to black so you see when she goes live, and contribute in the conversation, even though you're typing, because everything that happens on this channel has to do, I think, no, Scarlett could explain it better than me, but it has to do with algorithms, and it has to do with.
Yeah, it helps the analytics.
Yeah.
So if you comment every time you put a 1, I think that helps your numbers, doesn't it, Scarlett?
Yes, it actually on my YouTube studio, like with each video, it tells me how many chat messages I had during that live.
See, so
it all adds up.
Even though you can't, like, I can't afford to subscribe to her channel. I can't financially afford to. But I do all the other stuff that I can.
Right.
To help her.
You are
and
subscribed,
also,
you're just not a member.
I mean, not a member. That's what I'm saying. Thank you.
And also, I still got the poll up. If anybody hasn't voted on that poll, go do that real quick as well, if y'all don't mind.
But please hit the like button. When you go to somebody's channel, if you've been here this whole time of her live, then you must like what's going on. Or you'd have left.
If you like, comment, share, or any of that, it helps with her algorithm, which kind of YouTube pimps her out once she gets good in the algorithm. So they'll push her out more into the newsfeed and stuff.
Yeah, it pushes the videos, lives, and everything else out into other people's recommendations.
Right.
Yeah.
So being her sidekick, I had to go there.
Thank you.
I had a question for Scarlett, though.
Okay, what's that?
Well, what I was thinking when I was talking to Gabe, and I know he's busy, but I was wondering what your opinion would be for me to ask him if he wanted to come on and answer some questions.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I mean, that'd be cool.
It'd be either that, and if he couldn't, I thought about maybe the chat and everybody putting together a list of questions they might want to ask, and I could like interview them video or audio, and then I could give it to you and you can play it, whatever.
Okay.
I don't know, but because I'm sure he would be okay with doing something.
I think it'd be better live and spontaneous on panels and stuff, because
I do too.
And
if he has the time.
If it was scheduled, I know Scarlett would present that right and advertise it that it's coming.
Mm-hmm.
The weird thing is this is what he does is a criminal defense attorney. But when I told him the case we were discussing, I said, he's like, what is that case? He knows about the murders, but he doesn't know anything about the case. And so I found that was even better for me because he's not tainted by all the rumors and bullshit.
Right.
For me to be able to ask him questions about this based off of the actual facts that we know, I would get answers that I'm not going to get from other people that have followed this every day.
Well, plus he's not hiding. He's secure behind a wall if he comes on the panel. So after, nobody knows his name. Nobody knows.
Well, everybody's going to know his name already. I mean, it's not hard to search who OJ's lawyer was named Gabe in Las Vegas. I mean, and I don't think he's not going to I don't think he would have a problem with that. Otherwise, he just wouldn't do it,
Hey, he might get some business from it.
I mean, it's possible. I don't think he needs. Honestly, I don't
think he needs a business. If he's worked for OJ, he's done his thing.
Yeah, he's already told me over and over. He goes, if you're going to do something important, you need to get it over with. I'm ready to retire.
I mean, yeah, if he wants to come up, just let me know and we'll try to schedule, whenever he has time to do it.
Yeah, I'll talk to him. I'll probably talk to him on the weekend.
Okay.
I talk to him a lot only because, like I said, I mean, he's a friend, but he's like an ex-family member. So it's like I have access to him more than most people. So,
well, yeah, but all he can answer on the panel is what the law is.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying.
Right.
He's not going to be tainted by all the rumors and everything that's floating around out there, though.
No, and so if I know this answer, I can't tell you the answer right now because my memory sucks. But like one of the questions that should be asked him is, if this person is convicted, How many other appeals does he have to go through, and what's the time lapse?
Oh, he'll break all that down for you because
That's
he
what I mean.
already
It's
knows
just
that.
something you should have gone to law school to know.
Yeah.
What does it mean that these sealed and people are talking? And that would be great for Scarlett,
I mean,
because
he
I'm
did.
sure she's
Yeah.
got questions.
Oh,
I know
yes.
he told me that he did like his first 5 or 6 years in the public defender's office before he decided to get the hell out of there.
Yeah, that would be awesome if you would like to do that.
I'll bring
Scarlett,
it up
this
to
will
him.
be huge for you. Like, that would be so freaking amazing for you.
Yeah, and I mean, we could take
That would be
questions,
cool.
from the chat and everything else, and he can
Yeah,
just
I
kind of break
think
it down from an attorney's
I think
experience.
if he wanted to do it and we scheduled it for, maybe the couple days leading up to it, we could get a list of questions from people in chat, and then
Right.
we could have them already. You could already have them prepared, and that way we wouldn't have to
Yeah.
watch the chat to get questions. But I assume there'll still be questions after he gives the answers in chat,
Right.
Well, White Widow is very good about answering chat, and she's got ways of getting a hold of Scarlett, and I watch chat too. Like right now, I'm not, because I just left that room. But she can, so that the people that are not
Yeah,
up
that's
on
true.
panel can get heard.
Right. You can throw those up on screen like you do sometimes.
Right. Yeah, that would be awesome thing if he could do that.
I'll bring it up to him and see what he thinks
Okay.
about it. I don't know.
Okay.
Like I said, I'm not sure how busy he is, but he's always busy. But he always seems to make time if I need it. So,
Okay. Well, I mean, even if we have to schedule it during the day, that would be fine too. If he has
yeah,
time
it could
during
be
the day.
something
So,
recorded, I guess. You could put it out as a video if you had the
right.
questions already prepared.
Yeah, I could possibly do that too.
Yeah, I'll bring it up
Yeah,
to him.
you could do a
Okay.
private live stream and just interview him and then, premiere it or replay it or something.
Yeah, we could do that. Just whatever is good for him. If he wants to do it, however he wants to do it, just let me know.
Okay. Yeah. I'll find out from him.
Okay.
Just like the big question right now is that lawyer that's representing
Well, I
Bryan.
did go over that stuff with him.
Okay.
Go over that with him. He said it's a definite conflict of interest, but there's only 3 people. He said there's only 3 people that can make a big deal out of it. And that is Coburger or the defense. I mean, not the defense. Kohberger, the prosecution, or the judge. And he says unlikely that it would be the judge that would bring it up. But
Well, I say that Kohberger didn't want this brought up
I'm sure
because
he
I
didn't.
think because this is a get out of jail ticket.
Yes.
Right. And they did say that the prosecution really didn't want her on the case.
I bet.
Michelle, have a good night.
She seems like she's a bulldog and she's going to be a pain in their ass no matter what.
I think they're
I
kind of intimidated by her, honestly.
Well, let's hope not.
Is it just because she's the highest paid lawyer in northern Idaho?
I
For a
think it's
public
'cause
defender, you mean?
Yeah.
I think she's a bulldog.
Yeah. She's gonna actually make them work.
Simple Butterfly. Yes, I did read that, and I actually had that wrote in my notes, but I don't have my notes in front of me. But yes, Felina Hopkins was. They actually tracked her down the day that she left the jail, and they said that she went missing. They tracked her to the Jackson Hole airport. She then went to Salt Lake City, bought a new phone, then hopped a plane out to Hawaii, and somehow they ended up getting her new phone number. Tracked her, got like 12 hours worth of data from her phone, and then the detective that's looking for her calls her phone and leaves her a voicemail, and then she cuts her phone off. So, as
They
of
should have
right,
known that was coming.
right, she is. I think it's on the island of Kauai, and they're trying to find out if she has, because they do know that the only tie that she has to Hawaii is that her biological dad lives on the island of Oahu. So they're trying to find out if she has any other ties to Hawaii other than that.
Could you give me
I don't. Who
a
is this
2-second
lady you're talking
synopsis
about?
of what we're talking about?
Felina Hopkins. She is a, what do they call it? A romance novelist. She writes
Oh, that
she writes very raunchy
This is the
romance
one
books.
that went missing after she got released from jail.
Yes, and the only reason why the case caught my eye is because it happened right there close to where Gabby Petito was found.
Yeah.
But she ended up getting arrested. Well, earlier in that day, she got a ticket because she was on a road where it was only supposed to be for snowmobiles because of all the snow. And she was in her car. Her car got stuck in the snow and they had to pull her out. And so she ended up getting a citation for that. Well, then like later on in the afternoon, she was still in the Teton National Forest, and she was parked in the middle of the road for whatever reason. And one of the park rangers are coming through, and they go to hit their lights to because they were going to stop and see what's going on. Well, she jumps in her car and she takes off running from them, and she leads them on like a 24-mile high-speed chase through the snow, running like 90 miles an hour. So instead of the cops pursuing her, they just go to like the next intersection and throw out some spike strips. And so that stopped her. Well, they said actually she went 4 more miles after she hit the strips. 4 miles down the road from hitting the spike strip, she finally pulls over. They take her to jail. She's in there from January 27th to January the 30th. She gets out, and as soon as she walks away from the jail, she goes missing, and they didn't know where she was at for.
Whoa. Okay, so I got so many questions, but number one, were they watching her?
No. Okay, so whenever they let her out of jail on January the 30th, they just assumed she was going back home. She didn't have her car because her car is an impound. She didn't have a phone. She didn't have purse or nothing like that. Well, her family didn't hear from her. They had no idea where she was at or anything.
So the family's the one that wanted to know what happened.
Yeah. So the family ended up finding out she was in Jackson, Wyoming. They had no idea why she was there. They said she had no ties to that area because she's from Washington.
Yeah.
And she was actually supposed to be going a few days after she got out of jail. She was supposed to be going to, is it San Francisco? I believe they said, to her nephew's birthday party. So the cops go to Washington. They like search her house and everything. They find the nephew's birthday gift. Still don't know what happened to her. Like they're scrambling trying to find her, and then they end up realizing that she boarded a plane in Jackson Hole and flew down to Salt Lake City, and then from there went out to Hawaii.
Now, the fact she's alive, doesn't the case stop there?
No, because nobody has talked to her.
It's just a missing persons case, though, correct?
Yes, but she is due back in court on the 28th in Jackson.
Now, wait a minute. She went through an airport. There must have been surveillance cameras. Can they not verify that was her?
Yeah, they verified that it was her. And like I said, she got a new phone in Salt Lake City before she went out to Hawaii, and they ended up getting that number and tracking her down. That's how they tracked her to Hawaii, was by her phone.
So does the family feel she's mentally incompetent or something?
Yes, they're saying that she appears to be mentally unstable because the way she is acting is not her normal self.
Okay, now I'm starting to understand. That's the one we talked about the other night about did she ever leave the jail, correct?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The only reason it's still open is because, like, I know Clint Brady from 90 Day Fiance, and his girlfriend reported him missing, but he wasn't missing. And the police were trying to get in touch with him. However, I got in touch with him and was begging him to, go to the police and let him know he was okay, whatever. And the cop was like, look, tell him I'm going to call him in 3 minutes. Answer the phone. It's me, nobody else. And just let me know that he's okay. It doesn't matter where he is. It doesn't matter what he's doing. It doesn't matter what where, when, whatever. Just let me know that you're okay. And then that's it. You're good. So as long as this woman says to law enforcement, hey, I'm good, it's done with.
Yeah, I mean, law enforcement only has to make physical contact with her to make sure that she's actually okay, and that's
Not
that.
not even physical. They
Really? Well,
they
they
did
have to
not
prove it's
know,
her somehow, correct?
Well,
but they did it through on the phone. But with Clint, they did not. They said they didn't care where he was. They don't need to see him. They
No.
just need to hear from him.
Oh, yeah. I mean,
Yeah.
they
but
don't. And
somebody
the
has
thing
to
is
know.
that when they report back to the family, the only information they're going to give them is we've talked to them. They're okay.
Right.
But
And
somebody
that's
has to
exactly what
verify
that's
that
the
he.
law.
But listen, somebody's got to verify either by voice or something that it's that person.
Well,
They
they've
may have
got
asked him personal questions.
they've got the police out in Hawaii also trying to track her down. I mean, the island of Kauai is not that big of an island, so I'm pretty sure they could probably track her down eventually. But I mean, she is due back in court on February the 28th, so that's
So
next Tuesday. She's due back in court.
is
So
she independently rich? How is she making all these flights?
No, she's got money.
yeah, she actually produced a movie that she starred in, and she won an award for it. Oh, I can't think of the name of the movie now, but she makes a lot of money off those books that she writes.
And what
So
did you say? Her
basically,
house was
the
like
cops are going to do a welfare
800,000.
check, right?
Wait, do what
They
now?
can't do a welfare check if they don't know where she is.
Yeah,
No,
that's
but
why she's still considered missing, is because nobody has talked to her. And the cop even said that when he found her phone number and he tracked it to Hawaii, at first he didn't think that it was her. Because it showed that she was like 10 miles offshore, and he thought, well, maybe she was like on a sailboat or something like that. But then he said then it goes back on land, and he gets 12 hours worth of data. He's following it wherever, tracking it on the island. And then he calls it, and when he calls it and he leaves the message, and then the phone gets cut off, then he believed then it was her, and she just didn't want to talk to him.
so right now, all they're doing is a welfare check.
Right, they just need to verify that she is alive and she's okay.
Well,
But there's nothing they can do to her unless she doesn't show up in court, correct?
Right,
Correct.
yeah, if she don't show up in court, because it's federal court, so if she doesn't show up, for court, then she'll get a failure to appear.
it'll just be a bench warrant. Yeah.
Right.
An FA from the feds is not good.
No. And
You'll have the marshals up your butt for a while.
Right. And like I said, they are in contact with the police out in Hawaii. So maybe they can track her down and just, let the family know where she's at. And maybe the family can find out if her mental state is okay.
Well, that's good.
This is all, if you ask me, this is all ridiculous, because just because she didn't call the sister and say, hey, I'm out of jail, I'm on my way to your house or whatever. Maybe she didn't want to talk to her sister. She was fine. I said that earlier when you were talking about it. She just went through her. She just got out of jail. She went through her. Just because he didn't, like, the sister just took this and blew it up into nothing, and it's crazy. And now this woman is involved and has to, tell the police she's okay. And this is just a ridiculous
It is
case.
ridiculous in a way, because there's very young children missing right now. Some of these children need medication. This is what they should be investigating.
Yeah, but her sister, I don't know if her and her sister, I don't know how close they were. I know that, like I said, she was supposed to go to a nephew's birthday party. She didn't show up for that. She did buy the nephew the gift. They did find that in her house, but the sister is saying that she's not acting normal. She seems mentally unstable and all that. So I don't know if that's why the police are keeping on with it. It's because the sister is keeping on with it, or if they're
she
truly
did lead the police on a chase. That's probably not normal.
Right. And they said they don't even
I have
know.
a
Well, the
question.
sister said that they didn't know why she was even in the Teton National Forest when she has no reason to be there. So
It's all
obviously she was
romance.
obviously she was okay if she sent her nephew a gift.
well,
But
she
I
didn't
don't
send it.
understand.
She never sent it. She bought it, and it was at her. The cops, whenever they got a warrant to go search her house, and they found the gift with the receipt at her house.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry, my bad.
Well, maybe she's just a little bit off.
She's
for some
doing
reason.
research for a new romance novel.
Yep.
So what
You're
is I mean, as long as she's
Plot
not
twist.
gonna off herself or hurt somebody else, just people leave her alone. Like, let her live her life. Shoot. Just because she was in jail, like, so what? She left the jail and she's doing
Yeah.
her. That's what you do when you leave jail. You go do you.
I just think she needed some time off. I do know there was another article that I read. I don't know, a little over a year ago. She was every one of her titles. She puts the word cocky in it, and so she ended up trying. She trademarked the word cocky, and a lot of the authors had an issue with it because her thing was she trademarked the word cocky because that's what she puts in all of her titles, but some of the other authors were also using the word. And so she trademarked it. A lot of the other authors had an issue with it. She got a lot of backlash over it. And then she ended up dropping the trademark. And so she's had issues with other people in her profession. And I'm sure, there's no telling what else went on that we don't know about. She probably just
the
wanted to get away.
I'm on
You know,
my phone right now,
Exactly.
so I can't read it. There's a dog icon in here with a name. What's his name?
That's Ray.
Okay, Ray.
That's right.
I agree with you. Even now that you said that, it triggered something in me that said, "This is free how can you?
Publicity.
Yes, this is free publicity for her next book."
Could be.
A jailhouse
Her book
novel.
names. I'm sorry.
Oh, I just said a jailhouse novel. Missing persons novel. It could be anything.
I
In the
just
Woods
think her book
novel.
names must be very boring. If the word cocky is in all her book names, I'm sure they're
Wait,
probably boring. Like,
go
Now,
wait,
wait a
go
minute.
go look her up. Go look her
Wait a
up real
minute.
quick,
Wait.
Stonegater.
Back up. Beep, beep, beep. She doesn't write normal,
No,
what we think
they're very
romance novels that you would
no,
give your
they're
daughter to read.
it's very raunchy
Yeah,
romance
like
these
novel.
are.
very sexual. Like, what do you
Yes,
mean raunchy?
go just look her up.
What's up,
What's
Ray?
her name, yo? What's her name?
Very detailed.
What's her
Yeah,
name?
hold on, I'll put it in the private chat because it's
She's
that
not
bad.
bad looking either.
She's
My
very pretty.
IQ, that's what's up, Philly.
Don't spoil it for me, guys. Don't spoil it. Oh yeah, I'm gonna really remember how to spell that. Hold on.
Who didn't some famous celebrity that was like super hot in the 50s or 60s just pass away?
Oh, Raquel Welch.
Oh yes,
Yeah,
Raquel Welch. Yeah,
She did?
yeah,
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 like
she
she
just
just
passed
a
passed
away.
away.
couple of days ago she did.
Wow, I didn't hear that. That's strange.
Yeah, I seen it whenever I was scrolling through YouTube the other day.
They were like,
But
yeah, it's some famous model from the 50s or 60s. I was like, wait, Marilyn Monroe? Didn't she die like 30 years ago?
Yeah,
Maybe
she's long gone.
50.
Yeah.
hey, Missy, how are you? Yeah, once Stonegater sees Stonegater, all you got to do is just look at the covers of her books, and then you'll get what I'm saying. That's all you got to do. Because I went and looked her up just to see, like what kind of books they were talking about. All I had to do was see the
Hey.
covers of them.
When I looked her up, the first thing I saw was February 17th. She was found safe at 1 something, don't know, AM, PM, and her family was notified. So therefore, there is no missing case.
So take that name and put the word novel after it. Google it.
Well,
Our
I'm gonna look.
author.
I'm gonna see, but I just wanted to tell Scarlett what I just read.
Okay, I'm
Okay.
sorry.
No,
Okay,
it's
yeah,
okay.
I didn't know that they had dropped the missing person case. Let's see. Are they actually books or stories? Dub, I didn't go into detail like on the books or whatever. Like I said, I just looked her up to see what type of books they were talking about that she wrote, and all I had to see was the covers of them.
Well, put it this way. I would say, and I've never read her books, that if her books are what you say they are, her fan base will keep following her. It draws a certain
Right.
type of person, I would
Right.
say.
But
Hey,
once she sees the cover of them, then she'll understand why she always uses the word cocky in them.
can
I
I
don't
ask
see
you
the
guys?
word cocky.
They're in
Can
all
I,
of her titles.
It says Felina Hopkins, Sean, aka Diesel, The Gathering of the Vampires, You Don't Know Me, Sophia, Every
No,
Single Thing About You.
no, look up
These
her
are all,
books. Look up her
is this her
just
book?
Felina Hopkins. Let me hold on. I'll see if I can find them and I'll drop a link.
Yeah, because what I'm seeing from her, and this is the person that I sent you in private chat the update if you wanted to read it.
But you
Okay.
may not want to, you just verbally read something off on the name of her books. You may not want to read it out loud.
Oh, my bad.
If the next link she sends you, you may not want to read on live so that this doesn't get demonetized.
Well, I mean,
Okay.
if it can be on a, out in public, I'm sure that it's going to be fine.
Okay. You tell it your way.
hey, can I ask you guys a question?
Sure.
That that so like 2 days ago, I heard something about the Bryan Laundrie's mom. Apparently, it was
Oh,
like
the
she was
letter.
yeah she was
Yes.
willing to help him
Yes.
bury the body.
She sent. I actually
Like
have an article that's been sitting in my email for like 3 days. I've been wanting to share with y'all, and I just haven't had a chance to. But yeah, she sent him a note, and on the outside of the envelope, she said "burn after reading," and in the note, it says something about bringing a shovel and helping bury the body. And for whatever
yes,
reason, the FBI gave that letter over to Stephen Bertolino, which was their attorney when they were looking for Bryan or whatever. And he now has possession of the note. But Gabby's parents, in their lawsuit that they're doing, they want their attorney wants that letter, and I don't know if the judge is going to make Bertolino give it to him or not.
So
Because there's
obviously they didn't burn it.
Apparently, he
no.
couldn't follow instructions.
Yeah. All right, Stone Gator. I put a link in the private chat.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
yeah.
Okay, so sorry, I was in Google, so I didn't know if you could hear me or not. I did look at a list of her books. Okay, so however, she does have a lot of books with cocky in it, but she does also have a whole lot of books without
Without
cocky in
it,
it.
right?
Yeah.
Yeah, but she tried. That's what the reason why she was that she trademarked the word is so the other authors couldn't use that word. She got so much backlash that she ended up dropping the trademark.
Did you
So
see the
basically,
update? Did you see
it's
the update in
possible
private chat?
Let me go back to it. Let's
Because
see.
that should prove that the missing case is over, and that's that.
Yeah, February 17th, romance novelist and actress Felina Hopkins has been found safe at 1:15 p.m. today. Her family has been notified, according to Lieutenant Russ Rushchill with the town of Jackson Police Department in Wyoming. And that was 2 days ago. So yeah.
White Widow Baby is asking you a question, Scarlett.
So cocky is like her signature word. Yeah. I mean, if you look at her books, like I said, it's. Oh, let me grab one of. Okay,
Basically, the way I'm looking at it, without even knowing this woman, is if she tried to trademark a word like that, she was just basically being like the B word.
right? Because like,
Well,
okay, so she
just off
has
the
a
top of my head, two of the books that I saw just now, sorry, Scarlett, is Cocky Bastard and Cocky Author. Those are two that I remember off those
right.
are the type of titles that she has. That's the two I
Yeah,
remember off the top.
she has one that's cocky senator, cocky cowboy, cocky rock star. Like she uses that word um in a
To get
lot of
the attention of the reader.
right.
Hey, Lost.
Uh huh.
Hey, was there a date on that letter from Bryan's mom? I'm just curious to know how early they might have known about what actually happened.
Let me grab the article real quick because I know that Stephen Bartolino is saying that the letter is irrelevant to the lawsuit because he's saying that it was dated before all of this happened. So I don't think it has a date, but let me grab it here real quick.
What about giving her a shovel to bury her child?
Right. Yeah.
Bro, that's evil AF.
Is bread to kill still in here?
Brad, did you fall asleep on me?
Yeah, Brett's still in here. Well, he's still on panel. I don't know if he's still awake.
That's what I was asking because I hadn't heard anything.
Yeah, and he's not muted either, so. Okay.
Well, I guess I can go to sleep then.
So, but that cocky thing could be referring to like a reoccurring character.
No.
I think it's
no.
a reoccurring body part.
Yeah, because it's like I said, there's like a cocky senator, a cocky cowboy, a cocky biker. It's just she uses that word with each one of her characters in her books.
It's not like a series or anything like that, if that's what you're asking.
No. Okay, so let's see here real quick. This just says Gabby Petito's family attorney wants the letter he says Bryan Laundrie's mom wrote him offering to bury a body with inscription burn after reading. So Bryan Laundrie's mother wrote a letter to her son that included references to getting a shovel and burying a body. An attorney representing... Oh, shit. Hold on. I got to go to the website. Okay. I should have done that first.
Yeah, that's
okay.
messed up.
A lot of articles do that, and I hate that. Okay, so Bryan Laundrie's mother wrote... So Bryan Laundrie's mother wrote a letter to her son that includes references to getting a shovel and burying a body. An attorney representing the parents of Gabby Petito said during a court hearing on Tuesday. The Petitos are suing the Laundries for emotional distress in connection with Gabby's death during a road trip with her betrothed Bryan. The lawyer for Petito's parents, which is Patrick Riley, said during a remote hearing in Sarasota County Circuit Court in Florida that he saw the letter at an FBI regional office and expressed things, including helping him get out of prison and getting a shovel and some other things. The envelope containing the letter said to burn after reading, according to Riley, who said the letter was recovered from Bryan's backpack when his body was found. Let's see. And then it just says, talking about Gabby's remains were found at the Wyoming's Bridger Teton National Forest, and her death was ruled a homicide by manual strangulation. Before taking his own life, Bryan wrote a notebook, and he was responsible for Gabby's death, according to the FBI, which I did. I can't remember if I read the notebook on a live one night. I can't remember. But I did have everything that he wrote in his notebook.
Excuse me, Lost?
Yes.
Brad, are you here on panel or do you need the link again?
No, I'm back. I was just chatting in chat. I didn't want to interrupt.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
All right.
I saw you in chat, so I wasn't sure if you needed the link again.
Oh, wait, Judy's up here. Judy needs a link? Okay.
No. I just typed it on my tablet.
No, I've seen White Widow Baby say link for Judy, but then she retracted it. Never mind, I thought Judy... Oh, okay. She thought that Judy need one.
No, because I said hit the like, and she probably thought I said hit the link.
Oh, wait, you did say hit the link.
Oh, shit. Well, anyway, sorry. It's hit the like, everybody.
Welcome back, Judy.
Yeah, okay. Thank you.
All right.
Brad, I missed you.
I missed you too. I've had a question for a while, but it's back to the Idaho case a little bit.
Okay, go ahead.
And that is there, I know there's supposed to be camera audio, right? Like confirmed camera audio of at least the dog barking, if nothing else.
Right.
Is that correct?
Yeah, the neighbors. Well, the camera they said was 50 foot away from Xana's room that picked up the audio, and it was also on the neighbor's house.
And so the audio, the house with the audio, is there a timestamp on that? And what direction of travel would it be for the mic and the camera?
Honestly, I don't know, because where the house is that they got the camera from, there was
417. The time of the audio was 4:17 a.m.
17. Okay.
417. Okay. So
But
that's one. So that's one thing that would actually corroborate a little bit the one witness testimony then,
Mhm.
and then
But Scarlett,
also
tell
one
them
of the.
about the Bluetooth.
Oh, I
Oh
know
yeah,
about that.
yeah. But the camera, I don't know if it was on the back of the house or if it was on the front of the house, because there is a picture of the front of that house that has a camera on it.
Well, that camera should then definitely be able to tell us who came and went in a vehicle.
Right,
I
You
but
think it
know,
was like the front corner of the house.
because if they picked up him driving up to 500 Queen Road, 500 Queen Road is those apartments that the creepy neighbor lives in, which is next door to the girl's house. So there had to be a camera somewhere else that's pointing that direction, but also picked him up making a 3-point turn at the corner of King and Queen Road.
Remember, somebody got a delivery that night.
Yeah, the
right.
DoorDash.
Well, one of the things that's been on my back burner pretty much the whole time, like I've kind of put it out of my mind and it keeps coming back on its own, which is we don't have the toxicology at this point, and I'm praying that they do
Right.
have that for all the victims, because one of the what I see as a possible scenario, although I don't think that it would limit all noise, if the victims were drugged up enough, like I've been to the hospital and visited friends, for instance, that were on heavy pain medication, where they
Mhm.
they don't really care about anything, you know what I mean? Like they'll try to fly to the moon if they could. So
Right.
I wonder if maybe that, considering the fact that we've been told that there was no binding or gagging that's known of.
Yeah, because I remember that was a rumor that came out in the very beginning too, that they were all for tied up and all that. And police
Yeah,
did come out and say that that wasn't true.
yeah, they
They
dispelled that.
they were probably
Yeah.
all drunk.
Yeah,
I
well,
mean,
Yeah.
are you thinking that this is something the intoxication or the drugging or whatever would have occurred with these people while they were out that night, or are you thinking that he might have tried to give them something?
Have you ever heard?
they were all out that night.
Oh, I know they were all out. I'm just wondering
Yeah.
where his thought process is going with how they might have.
Well,
If he's looking for something in particular, I guess.
There,
Yeah,
there
well,
was a couple cases in the past where people, I want to say it's rohypnol, but I don't think that's correct because that's a roofie, right? But there is a drug where you will like not really remember what the heck happened, for one thing, but not only that, you're basically, it's like a truth serum type drug where they've got video of people emptying out their whole apartment in front of the doorman, and the person that owns the apartment was like,
Scopolamine. It's called
"Come on for it."
scopolamine.
There you go, scopolamine. Something like that, or a very heavy pain med, like a Dilaudid, or maybe fentanyl. I don't know.
Yeah, but those things have to have time to take effect. If he parked a car at 4:04 and got out at 4:20, there was no time for those types of drugs to take effect unless somebody else gave them to him.
Okay, but then there's a 8-hour window that we don't necessarily know anything for sure, other than the the audio I was just saying may actually corroborate DM a little bit, which is, I'm surprised I never really thought about it before, to be honest. But that would be one thing that would corroborate the timeline that is being presented currently.
Yeah, because they
But
said it was like, what was it, 4:12, Xana was on TikTok, and then 4:17 is when the camera picked up the audio. It was a dog barking. They thought they heard like a whimper and then a loud thud. And then 4:20, the car is seen leaving from the house.
and then the dog was unharmed, so that thud wouldn't
Right.
have been the dog getting quelled or anything.
I think maybe the thud might have been Ethan.
Yes.
That's what I'm thinking.
Ethan or Xana, one of
Yeah.
the two.
What I haven't been able to get past, though, is, the area of the house itself is described as a natural amphitheater. So, especially with defensive wounds being in play, and especially, severe ones to the hand, I mean, that definitely suggests that that person tried to grab a hold of the knife.
Mm-hmm.
And so I feel like,
There should be audio.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
like, there should have been noise for sure. And then after that would be deafening silence, if the timeline is correct.
Right.
Well-
I don't see, I can get Xana fighting back, and I can see her grabbing the knife, trying to defend herself and everything. I don't see her grabbing that knife and this dude pulling that knife out of her hand and it cutting her fingers like it's been said that her fingers were cut, and she didn't make a sound.
Yeah, no.
I get a paper cut.
Oh, yeah.
A grown
agree.
man can get a paper cut and he's gonna holler.
But
So-
understand, a knife that large, if it was ripped out of your hand, surely they hit a main artery or something. And
Yeah.
Yeah.
there wasn't much discussion after that.
No. But I mean,
That's what I feel like they should have been audio captured, maybe even outside.
because I mean, just if we know Xana was awake, if she was watching, which I'm sure she was, what happened to Ethan, she's probably already screaming at that point because her boyfriend is getting attacked. She knows that this guy's probably fixing to come after her, and then she's fighting him. You can't make me believe that she wasn't screaming at any point while this dude is in her room and Dylan didn't hear it.
Right.
And maybe she told him she heard all that, and we just don't know that yet because they didn't put it out. But you can't make me believe that poor Xana was not hollering.
Well, just
Yeah.
let me throw this piece of advice in there, as morbid as it might be. But first thing I learned in martial arts, when it wasn't the first thing, but when I got up there, when in a knife fight, what's the first thing you do? The first thing you do is pick what you want to have cut.
And usually you're gonna throw your hands up.
Nope, and you would always
Kinda.
you block with your weak side, because that's what you want cut, because you don't want them to cut your strong side.
Right.
So that's just, I wanted to throw it out there to anybody that ever got in a knife fight. Remember my advice.
Hey, Tree Baby.
Most people wouldn't get that information.
I'm not totally convinced that it was only Bryan in the house.
Me either.
Like,
In fact, I'm not even convinced that he was for sure in the house at this point. Like
Yeah.
I've been
Me
saying.
too. But so I wanted to go back to the PCA. My thing is, if they lied about what Dylan said in the PCA, all the evidence could be thrown out.
Oh no! If they lied in the PCA, they're screwed.
Yeah, they're
For
screwed.
sure. Because they obtained an arrest warrant illegally.
Yeah, and now that he's if that was the case, now that he's been charged, he wouldn't be able to be charged again either, probably.
Well,
And
we're
even if
getting
Dylan lied,
two different stories from Dylan, right?
Yeah, but you're
Well-
getting stories.
I mean,
you're getting different stories from people that are not,
we
legitimate.
We don't know if they're credible or not. We're getting a story straight from Dylan on the PCA, but then we're getting stories from sources who are saying that Dylan said this or that.
well, I'm just saying her story can't change. If her story changes, every evidence that they collected after that is
Right.
going to be thrown out. It's fruit of the poisonous tree.
But
Yeah.
don't they have attorneys, those people?
Well, it doesn't matter about attorneys. If she's proven that she lied and they use that to get arrest warrants, all that evidence is nil. It's void and nil.
And no one's come out from law enforcement and actually said that they protected the story in order to protect the case. I mean,
You got to
we've all
remember
assumed
when the story first came out, they said both girls were downstairs and they didn't hear nothing or see nothing.
Exactly.
Right. They said that all the way up to the PCA came out, that both girls were asleep downstairs. They didn't hear anything. They slept straight through it. And
Well,
that's
like
what
But
everybody
that's
believed.
probably what the cops was keeping close to their chest.
Yeah, it
Yeah,
seems
but
like
once they put it in paper, now it's facts.
Right.
And if the
yes.
facts
Once they
don't
used it
jive,
for the PCA.
if the facts don't jive, all the evidence they collected after that point is gone.
Right,
no
but
point.
maybe I hope they told the truth of all this we heard, but the police officers or whatever kept that information close to their chest by saying they didn't hear nothing. They didn't
But
want
once they put it
didn't
on
want
paper, on
anybody
legal
to know.
paper,
And I
that's
think
the
we
truth.
all want to assume that. But
Once they
what
put it on legal paper, that's the truth.
Yeah.
Well,
They
you're
can't
right.
say nothing different.
Yeah, once it
You're
goes
right.
on the PCA, then what they're saying that Dylan said, Dylan can't. I mean, unless she just comes out and say that they lied and she didn't say that.
And they both and the cops said that they were both downstairs, right?
Mm-hmm.
And we
Yeah.
know now that one
Dylan
of
was on
them
the Dylan was on the second floor.
Yeah, well, they
Right.
knew it. They knew it the whole time.
Yeah.
But
And
Yeah,
like
I'm
listen,
sure they
I've
knew
said
it the
this
whole time.
before.
But I
I've
think
said it
Dylan
before,
was.
though.
I think Dylan was interviewed several times, and her story changed. But once they put that story on that paper, that legal document, that's the only story they can tell. If anything else comes out different, all the evidence is going to be thrown away.
But
But-
honestly,
His car, everything from his house, anything on his electronics, it's all void and nil.
right. But I mean, whenever the cops go into the house that day, they should have known right then that Dylan wasn't sleeping on the first floor.
Well,
I mean,
when
if there's an empty bedroom on the first floor and there's a bedroom on the second floor with her stuff in it, then they should have known right then. Now, it might have just been a story that they came out with to, like somebody else said, to protect her, because they didn't at that time, they hadn't caught who did it.
Well,
they
they could
didn't
lie.
want to scare.
They
They
could lie
didn't
all
want to
they want.
scare off the person they thought who did it. Probably.
They can
Right.
lie all they want, but once they put on a legal document, that's
Yeah,
the fact.
it's the facts. Yeah.
You're right, but do we have a copy of that legal document?
yes,
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've got it.
Okay, so what does it say?
Hold
it's
on.
the PCA.
Yeah. Hold on. I'll grab it real quick.
I just say if Dylan's story changes at all, this trial's over with.
Give me just one
Well,
second. I have to
I
find
said
it.
when we were talking about this in chat a couple days ago, I'm sure every single person at that house when law enforcement got there that day got taken to the police station to be interviewed. And at that time, she could have said, I was on the first floor. That's where I was sleeping, blah, 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 because she was scared. She doesn't know anything. But if you notice that she lawyered up within the first week, and I think once she got the lawyer and got away from that area and got around people where she felt safe, she felt that she could tell the truth about what happened. And that's what I think happened. They may have gotten that story from her on the very first day that she was on the first floor. But as soon as she got the lawyer told her, you can't lie about this shit. You got to tell them the truth.
Well, what
But how
now
do
we
you
have to
change-
determine: is
That
it a
makes
lie or was it shock?
How do you change your
I
story?
don't think we can
from
determine
what?
that.
How do you
That's what I
change your
mean.
story? What floor you're on?
Well, she can easily say, "Look, I'm scared. I saw this person, and I'm not about to put myself in danger." And then when she got the lawyer and got away from there, because we know they didn't stay there after that,
Right.
she could have felt safe enough, to tell him what she really saw.
Yeah,
Exactly.
yeah, but you still know what floor you're on.
Oh yeah,
Right.
but she wasn't going to tell them. Well, who knows? We also don't know what happened during those 8 hours. At least 4 of those 8 hours, we know she was awake.
Exactly. So you don't know what floor you're on, and then you don't call the cops for 8 hours.
Hey, I'll tell you a
Well,
piece of advice. Unless you've gone through a shock like that and your mind's going in 20 different directions, it's hard to judge because no one knows what it's like to be in their shoes until they do.
no,
I'm not
I
judging.
agree with that.
Yeah, that's
I'm
a
just
fact.
saying if the story changes again, it's over.
I mean, if, like I said, if the defense is going to have these investigators running down all these rumors, like the rumor about the so-called boyfriend of one of Dylan's good friends saying, "Oh, all this stuff that he's saying all this stuff supposedly," and if those investigators go and interview him and find out that all this is actually true and they can prove it, then prosecution's kind of screwed.
Yeah, yeah, you're right.
I'll
Okay,
tell you
so
what, if I was in a house where I heard screaming and somebody told me to go back to my room and I'd be safe, it'd be a while before I come out.
Yeah, there would have. I mean, if I was her, and I don't know anything about what happened that night personally and as a fact, but if I was her, and even though she was in shock, I mean, you would have thought she would have at least got on the phone and called her dad or somebody that she felt safe to try to get her some help if she felt threatened.
I think if my mom was a lawyer, that's who I would call first, unless I didn't trust to talk.
A lawyer's not going to help you stop somebody from cutting your head off.
Oh, you're
Your
right.
dad might.
I'm talking about like if I was going to call someone other than the authorities first.
Oh, well, but I mean, at that point, if she had something to hide, yeah.
Well, I'm going to tell you what, I'm older, but if I was told to put in that room, the bottom line is, you bet your ass I would have 911 on the line.
Yep.
Yeah, you need to get the cops here as soon as you can.
Because I need some protection.
And honestly, even if she did have drugs in the house, is that really more important than your life?
I don't think she would care about that. If you saw
Yeah, I
somebody,
wouldn't care.
If you
I
saw
wouldn't care if
somebody
I was a
walking,
dealer.
I'd have been like, yeah, here, I'm sorry, I've got a bag of pills here, but please come save me first. We'll talk about that later.
If I don't have a firearm in case he comes through that door and I'm sitting on a kilo or something, I don't give two shits about that kilo.
No.
okay, what was it we were looking for in the PCO? What Dylan said? Was that
Yeah,
it?
yeah, Dylan's statement.
Okay, so it says here DM stated that she originally went to sleep in her bedroom on the southeast side of the second floor. DM stated that she was awakened at approximately 4 a.m. By what she stated, it sounded like Gonzalez playing with her dog in one of the upstairs bedrooms, which was located on the third floor. A short time later, DM said that she heard who she thought was Gonzalez say something to the effect of, "There's someone here." A review of records obtained from a forensic download of Kernodle's phone showed that this could have also been Kernodle, as her cellular phone indicated she was likely awake and using the TikTok app at 4:12 a.m. DM stated that she looked out of her bedroom door but didn't see anything when she heard the comment about someone being in the house. DM stated she opened her door a second time when she heard what she thought was crying coming from Kernodle's room. DM said that she then heard a male voice say something to the effect of, "It's okay, I'm going to help you." At approximately 4:17 a.m., a security camera located at 1112 King Road A resident immediately to the northwest of 1122 King Road picked up distorted audio of what sounded like voices or a whimper followed by a loud thud. A dog could also be heard barking numerous times starting at 417. The security camera is less than 50 feet from the west wall of Kernodle's bedroom. DM stated she opened her door for a third time after she heard crying and saw a figure clad in black clothing and a mask that covered the person's mouth and nose walking towards her. She described the figure as 5'10" or taller, male, not very muscular but athletically built with bushy eyebrows. The male walked past DM as she stood in a frozen shock phase. The male walks towards the back sliding glass door. DM then locks herself in her room after seeing the male. DM did not state that she recognized the male, and this leads investigators to believe that the murderer left the scene.
Okay, can we pause there for a second? What time
Sure.
was the DoorDash arrival?
4 o'clock.
4 o'clock.
4 o'clock, so 17 minutes earlier.
Right.
Okay, so then the dog barking and other noises would probably definitely not be the DoorDash guy. That would be long gone. I was wondering about that.
Yeah, and Xana put the DoorDash bag, and it was open on the kitchen counter.
Hey, Lost.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, so they've got video from some cameras of all these passes supposedly Bryan's car made in front of the house, correct?
Yes.
So do they have video of the DoorDash car arriving?
They would have to.
They would have to, but I'm trying to find where the
I know it was
DoorDash
probably
scene-
irrelevant for the PCA, but still.
Yeah, I don't think they're concerned about the DoorDash.
No, they're
No.
not. I'm just saying, but it's going to be part of the timeline.
Right. I mean, it's
Yeah,
going to show if that camera was able to pick up him driving by that house that many times, and it picked up, obviously it's pointing, it has to be pointing towards the house, somewhere on the house that it's on, but pointing in that direction. So it's going to pick up the DoorDash. It should have picked up what time Enon went home. It should have picked up what time each of the kids got home. And it also should pick up what time people started arriving the next morning before the police did.
Well,
It
I
should pick
need
all that
that.
up.
King Scarlet here on chat. We don't know if the bag was from that night.
Yeah, because it didn't have a date on the bag. It just had Xana's name on it.
Okay. The second thing that came to my mind was, how do we know that the person who committed that horrific crime wasn't the DoorDash guy?
Well, they've talked to him, and he
They
can
Yeah.
prove from
Okay.
yeah, his cell phone data and stuff. They could prove that he wasn't in the area after that.
I got you.
No, that was the guys that took him home, took the girls home that went straight
Yeah,
home after that.
He provided GPS. The guy that gave him a ride home, he provided all this GPS after that. But I want to say the DoorDash guy, if I'm not mistaken, didn't they say that he came to them and told them that he delivered food to that house that night?
Yeah, I know that they have talked to him. I don't know if he went directly to him or not, but I'm sure there's more to his story too. I mean, did he actually hand it to her, or did he leave it there? We don't know any of that yet, though.
Right.
I've DoorDashed before, and the percentage of people that actually want it handed to them was, maybe 10%.
Mm-hmm. And like King Scarlet in chat said, the DoorDash app it'll clear the DoorDash delivery person.
Yeah.
Especially if he had other deliveries after that. I mean, he can just show.
How many deliveries do you get at 4 o'clock in the morning?
Obviously, in a college town, probably quite a few.
I get quite a
Saturday
few.
night.
I get quite a
Saturday
few.
night.
I get
Especially
quite a
from
few.
Jack in the Box because they stay open so late most places.
Yeah. So when I order from DoorDash, whether it's 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning, I place the order and I get a message. I get a text message that the order is delivered, and then I get another message that the order is on its way, and then I get a picture of the DoorDash delivery on my steps. Like they're kind of like Amazon.
Okay.
Yeah, they're very specific. Like they want to prove that
They
you know
dropped it off,
that they dropped it off. Exactly. Yeah.
and they contacted you. They make sure they contact you when they do.
Yeah. Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah,
I
they've
mean,
got it's like a digital record of everything they've done.
yeah, and it's not proof that Xana got the delivery, even though we see a picture of the open bag on her kitchen counter. It's still not proof, but
No.
you know,
It would be very easy to
But
clear the food delivery guy as
yeah,
long as he's
exactly.
still doing work afterwards.
Right.
My
I would
thing
al-
so
about the food delivery guy is that he could be a witness. He could have saw that white Elantra and actually saw the driver. I mean, when you're sitting in your car and your lights are pointing at another car, it's easy to see the person in that car.
well,
Yeah,
let
I
me.
would also be curious to know if the camera picked up any other cars going in the area at the same time. They should have hunted those people down too.
Like that
I've got
black
something I want to throw out there real quick. Didn't these people stop at a food truck on their way home?
Yes, they did.
Yeah,
Then
that
why
was
did they order
Yeah, but
DoorDash?
that wasn't Xana.
no,
Yeah.
that was Kaylee and Maddie that was at the food
Yeah.
truck.
There we go.
Okay, I
Did
thought I
you-
had an angle there.
DoorDash guy is going to be a witness.
But don't
That
the
does make
PCA? Isn't there something in the PCA about the DoorDash? Where did we see the DoorDash thing at?
It is kind of eerie though that the DoorDash dude or girl or guy, whoever they were literally within 5 minutes.
Right. Well, technically,
Bryan was already in that area.
yeah,
Yeah.
because they said that DoorDash was delivered at 4 o'clock, and then the last time that the car makes a pass by the house was at 4:04. So he
Right.
literally DoorDash leaves, and this white Hyundai Elantra comes back in at 4:04.
But how many passes did he make before 4 o'clock DoorDash?
3 times.
4 in total.
Yeah, it was 4 total. The first 3 times, hold on, I literally just had it on that page. The first time was at, okay, wait, here we go. See a review of footage. Yeah, a review of footage from multiple videos obtained from the King Road neighborhood show multiple sightings of the suspect vehicle, one starting at 3:29 and ending at 4:20. So the sighting shows suspect vehicle 1 makes an initial 3 passes by 1122 King Road residents, then leaves via Walenta. Okay, so wait a minute. Okay, no, wait, here we go. And then it's seen entering the area a 4th time at approximately 4:04. So when it
Right after.
right, so the other 3 passes, and then it's seen leaving via Walenta, which is the road that goes back behind the girl's house, back that road, behind the house where Jack D and all them lived at. If he's the one that ordered the DoorDash, let's just hypothetically he ordered it and not Xana, he could have very easily went up there and sit on that road behind the houses back there and could have seen down to the house to see when DoorDash delivered it.
Mm-hmm. So Lost, if I talk to Gabe and he wants to go ahead and do this thing or whatever, I think what I'm going to do is give him the PCA, because that's the only thing we have as actual fact.
Right.
That way he gets some kind of, he's got the PCA, and him being a defense attorney, he's gonna, honestly, I know him well enough to know that if he reads this, I think he's gonna laugh at it.
Okay.
But I think he needs to have some kind of idea of what the case is. Like I said, he knows that he knows about the four people getting murdered. He just said he didn't know anything specifics or anything about the case. So I think by him having just the PCA, which is basically the only thing we know as fact, it would, I think that would give him enough to, be able to talk about it, discuss it.
Do you have a copy of it?
I don't have it, but it's got to be online somewhere, right?
Hold on, I'm fixing to. I'm gonna drop the link in the private chat.
I don't even know where the private chat is.
It just says
Okay.
private chat. I don't know if you're on a phone or
But
whatever.
I'm on my phone. So is it?
Okay.
On the
If you're
bottom
on
it
your,
says chat. On the bottom it says chat in the middle. You click on that, and then it'll say chat, and you just click on chat, not comments, and that's the back chat.
I see. Okay.
and then X
It's
out of it to come back.
Actually, you know what? You can just send it to me on the Facebook that we talk on, the part where we talk on the Facebook Messenger.
okay.
That way I don't have to go back and try to find it later after we're done.
Okay, that's fine. Because the link that I'm going to send to you, it's the Idaho website, the state of Idaho, and it has every court document that has been put out on his case.
Oh,
Look
okay.
at Widow Baby. She's hot on this.
Yeah.
Because and that's what I love so much about Idaho. Like, it's super easy to find any court document that's been put out on this, and they even have Chad Daybell and Lori Daybell's all of their links on there. But every court document is on that list, and all you got to do is just go to that website, scroll down a little bit, and it'll say Bryan Christopher Kohberger, and it's got the affidavits, it's got the PCA, it's got everything on it. So any of it that he wants to look through or whatever, it'll be okay. Thank you, Sybil. So Sybil says she's going to send it to you, and that way, if there's any court documents that he wants to look through or whatever, they're all on that list.
Okay.
Yeah, it's super convenient. I wish all the states would do that, but they're not that convenient, I don't guess.
Yeah, no, I mean, not everybody's that easy to deal with.
Right. But yeah, it's that's the only state that I've been able to find that does it like that.
Well, here's a thought. You said that it's a Did I hear you correctly when you said it's a possibility that Kohberger, Bryan, ordered that DoorDash?
It was just a thought that some people had threw out there before that maybe he had ordered it instead of
If he
Xana.
ordered it, then there's got to be some sort of payment method.
Yeah. With a gift card. I don't think he would have used
I
his...
thought somebody said it was paid for with a card that was bought. Jeez, where they even said where the card was bought.
Allegedly there was one that was bought, a gift card bought, I believe they said from a Walmart, and it was bought with cash and all this and that. And now, I mean,
But there's a time and date on it. They've got cameras on those registers.
Right. But I mean, we don't know if that's even true.
How did the DoorDash get in the house? Somebody had to know to pick it up.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah. So
yeah,
I mean,
if Xana didn't order it, don't you think she'd have been a little bit like,
who the
why
hell
am I
ordered
getting
this
a
food?
text that somebody just delivered DoorDash?
Right.
Or maybe they knocked on the door.
Yeah, Sybil, I got it. Thank you.
So yeah, I mean, and that was just a thought that was threw out there that maybe he ordered it. We don't know if that's even true or not. They may have proof. The Ellie may have proof that Xana
they
did
need
in
to
fact
have
ordered
proof.
it. Right.
I mean, if their investigators aren't hunting down simple stuff like that, what are they doing?
Right.
I think it's just a coincidence that the DoorDash was delivered.
Because it does. Because and somebody asked about it being so late. It does say, oh shit, I forgot what. I don't remember if it was DoorDash or if it was Jack in Box, but the orders had to be in
by 2:30 or something.
2:30, 2:45, something like that. And then I remember somebody else saying that I guess that night maybe there was a lot of orders or something, and that's why it pushed Xana's back to like being delivered at 4:00.
Oh no, I ordered DoorDash and it's like literally 24/7. I mean, it doesn't matter what time it is.
Well, I don't know what state you live in.
But I'm on the East Coast, so it might.
Well, I am too.
And it does matter that the business is busy, and if they got an influx of orders, it sometimes takes longer to get that order out than it normally does.
I just remember
but that's only a matter of minutes, really. But what I think she was getting at is maybe the DoorDash guy had a lot more deliveries than normal.
Right.
It pushed it back.
Right.
Yeah.
That could happen too.
But it does say on that website, I want to say it's Jack in the Box's website that I looked on, and it said that orders have to be in by, I think it was either 2:30 or 2:45 or something like that. That you had to have your order in, because I believe didn't they close from like 4 to 5 to clean up or something? It says on there.
It said something. I don't remember the time.
Something like
but it said
that.
that.
Let's see.
I thought it was maybe 2:30 to something though. I don't know.
I don't remember. I just remember it like the order had to be in by a certain time.
Yeah.
I do remember that.
Yeah,
They don't always follow their procedures too, though.
It
That is
kind of
true.
depends on the place a little bit too, because I've definitely picked up from places that were closed already that weren't taking any more orders, but were still filling what they had.
Yeah.
And then I've also been to places that were like, nope, we're just done. And most of those would be fast food.
I like that. Nope, we're just done.
You know,
We're tired.
Yeah.
We're going home. Get out of
and then
here.
you still get paid a no load for that, but it
Yeah.
gets paid by DoorDash, not the customer.
Yeah.
I'm in the Northeast though. Like I can get DoorDash like 24/7. But
How far up in the Northeast are you?
I'm right outside of Philly.
Oh, I'm in Vermont.
Yeah, I can't even get DoorDash here, y'all. So I can't even get a pizza delivered here.
Well, think of it this way: if Amazon starts using drones, you got a chance.
Oh no, Amazon. Well, the Amazon truck don't deliver here. They either send it to my post office or they send it to UPS, and it gets delivered like that.
What
But
I
we don't.
meant was a drone would go to your house if it was.
Oh, if there's drones flying, that drone ain't gonna last long flying over my house.
No.
Yeah, I know. You're going to take a shotgun and take that bitch
Exactly.
out.
Exactly.
That's like skeet. I know. I like skeet shooting, so I'd be shooting at that
Yeah.
thing real quick.
Scarlett's
don't.
like boom. That thing's out of the sky.
Yeah, there ain't gonna be no drones flying over my house.
I like
That's
anything
funny.
shooting.
I don't even like helicopters flying over my house, y'all.
Yeah.
Like, if a helicopter flies over my house and they start circling around here, I'm on flight radar looking to see who they are and what they're doing.
Troll's gonna be out there with a gun. Like, get the hell out of here.
Well, if you look up and it's a blacked out helicopter, pretty good chance that they're looking for drugs.
We have helicopters flying around here all the time. We have a lot of the military helicopters fly through here. And
Yeah, I usually, when I was taking care of my mom and dad, they don't live too far from the National Guard, which is at the airport. And you could tell when they had their weekend drill, but when they go over with the helicopters, I would just sit in a chair with my dog because I took them outside, and I would just wave to them in case they're looking.
Yeah, I mean,
You
the
really
things will
don't
rattle your house.
You don't really need to worry about the helicopters you can hear.
Yeah.
They have the ones that you cannot hear, and you better worry about those.
Well,
If you can't hear, you don't know not to. If you can't hear them, you don't know to worry.
Just like the balloons.
That's the
right?
reason.
These Chinese balloons. Like,
What about the
we're being
UFOs?
spied on.
Aliens attacking.
I just don't like helicopters. I don't like the fact how they can maneuver and just hover over you. And no, I don't like all that.
Oh, you got Harriers. Those are planes that can hover.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, the Harriers.
Yep.
We went to Fort Rucker to work with the Cobras and the helicopters and stuff, and you know, when you see those things in person for the first time, the ones you can't hear, and you have no idea. Like when we got there, and we were setting up camp and everything, and I was like, hey, so where are these helicopters we're working with? And he's like, well, one's sitting about 50 feet above your head right now. And I had no idea it was even there. And
Oh,
the
wow.
Cobras, and they sat above us about 100 feet off the ground, and they would launch the rockets at they had cliffs about a half a mile or a mile and from where we were, and they would just launch the rockets into the side of the cliffs. And
Is it, without getting specific with my answer, is there a reason why he could see it and you couldn't?
Yeah, because he looked up and I didn't. I didn't have a
Oh,
reason
okay.
to look up above the tree line. We were
There
right
you go. I'm
right
sorry.
at the edge of a tree line, and I had no reason. I'm just like, so where are these guys at? You know, where? And he's like, well, just take a look up.
Well,
Yeah.
my whole issue when I see a helicopter, the first thing I think of is that Jesus nut in there securely?
Oh my goodness. Yeah, that trip we did to Fort Rucker was eventful in a lot of ways. It was really strange. A lot of weird things happened that week.
Scarlett, are you familiar with the Jesus nut?
No.
What it is that military mechanics will call a certain nut on the there's a big huge bolt, like not bolt. What am I looking for, guys?
Bolt.
Nut.
Yeah, well,
Screw.
A nut connects to a bolt.
Anyway, there's a big huge
Yeah.
bolt that holds the propeller to
Oh.
the
Oh, okay.
A pin, like a Carter pin.
It's more like a nut, okay?
It's a reverse threaded nut too.
Yeah, and what it is the mechanics will make sure that nut is always set right, because you don't want the propeller on top to just take off and leave you out.
Well,
Oh,
that's
wow.
the reason why they're reverse threaded, because the spin keeps it tight.
Right. But a lot of people don't know what the Jesus nut means.
Yeah, I've never heard of that.
Because you're going to say, oh, Jesus, if it comes off.
I'm going
Right.
to say a lot more than that.
Yeah,
I'm
I hear
not.
you.
I'm not gonna say anything because I'm not gonna be in a helicopter. So
I can say I officially learned something today.
And you're on the side and it's open, and when they do like a bank turn, you better hope you're buckled in properly, because you could just fall right out the helicopter.
No,
that
it
wouldn't be
depends
part of the
on.
program for me.
Yeah, you usually have a tether along with whatever. I mean, a lot of times we're not strapped into the seats, but you have a tether that won't let you go any further than a certain distance.
I still have a hard time reasoning why people would parachute out of a plane that's working.
Because that's fun.
that's crazy.
You got to get behind enemy lines somehow.
Yeah, you do. When you
If
do
you enjoy that, that's great. But in my mind of thinking, if this plane's working good, I ain't jumping.
Well, I look at the plane as you get me where I need to go so I can get where I have to be.
Yeah,
I
I
would
hear you.
say there's no courage without fear. If
I hear
you're
you.
not afraid, you're not courageous.
I hear where you're coming from. I know where you got that thought process.
Well, I'm not gonna be in a helicopter, so I ain't never gonna have to worry about it. And I'm not jumping out of a plane. So
Hey,
which one do you
like
figure would
drop
be
in the
worse?
air.
Jumping out of a plane or rappelling out of a helicopter?
I like rappelling out of a helicopter.
which would be worse?
Which one would you fear worse?
I
Since you
can
haven't
barely-
done either one, which one? If you had to do one, which one would you do?
I can barely jump out of bed. When I
Repel.
get up in the morning.
Jump out of bed? I haven't jumped out of bed for a long time.
If you
I
had
like
a gun
the
to my
smell
head,
of
I
rappelling.
roll out of bed.
if
Yeah,
you put a
that's-
gun to my head and said choose one, I'd say repel.
Okay.
Hey, I
I'm
like
with Judy on that.
rappelling. That's when you
Judy's
propel face
awesome.
first.
And the reason why I say repel is I'm hooked to that effing helicopter all the way down.
I don't know. That's a hard one.
Judy,
200
you're
feet,
awesome, man.
200-foot rappel out of a helicopter, or a 15.
I'm what?
Probably repel. I'm closer to the ground.
What did you say I was?
I said you're awesome.
Well, my first husband was in the military, and I'm very military minded. So I know the minute you started speaking, told me that you are ex-military people. Just the way you phrase things, the way you look at things, it's all part of the job.
Well, you're awesome. So
But
that's all.
but I'm going to be honest with you. I ain't doing it.
Yeah, I'm not
I
jumping
might
out of anything unless I have to.
I might be doing it again next week for my birthday just because my son wants to do it now.
Have fun with that.
Oh, I will.
That's just like these people down in Vermont. The IBMers, they'd save their money all year, and a bunch of younger people would go up to Canada. I don't know how many miles. It was way up there to go white river rafting.
Oh yeah.
And
Well,
I'm
you
like,
know, it's
I ain't
are you
doing that either.
stupid? That's just like parachuting. And they go, what do you mean? I says, you're going to pay all that money you work for all year to put your butt in a boat. That's rubber.
yeah.
That's
Exactly.
going down water with
With
sharp.
Hell
rocks in
yeah.
it.
That's
Look,
going down
that's
water
fun.
with sharp rocks.
Yes.
And you
But
call that fun? No.
no, I'm
When
not
I go
doing
on
that.
vacation, I want my ass catered to. I want to be in a hotel. I want to be on a cruise ship. I don't want to be going down White River rafting now.
I used to cliff dive for fun.
Oh, that's
Well,
there's
you
you
like
can't
that though,
find cliff diving is one of my favorite things ever.
but you like it. I don't like it.
I'm not diving off a cliff either.
Jumping.
I ain't
I
jumping
ain't
off
jumping
one
either unless
No.
the only
One
way
of
I'm
my
jumping
one
is
of my
because somebody
very
pushed me.
good friends last year that I parachute with, he's a good friend of mine. He races NASCAR and IndyCar. He actually parachuted into the Vegas NASCAR race into the infield, took the parachute off and got in his NASCAR and raced that race. He was the first time anybody's ever parachuted into their own race.
Nice.
Well, I got a bunch of video of that stuff. And
Well, again, if that's your thing, God help you. Do it.
Judy, I'm with you. I want to be on the Bahamas and like I'm sitting on a lawn chair.
Yeah,
I
and
want to
I
go to
want
the
somebody
Bahamas
bringing
and
me
Somebody's
margaritas or
massaging.
freaking Coronas. Yeah.
Yes, someone's
She don't care,
handing
just
me
some
a
kind of drink,
Corona
y'all.
I
and
can
massaging
parachute into my lawn
feet.
chair on the beach and they can bring me all that stuff when I'm done.
Well,
Exactly.
I'm old enough now. If I get in a sand chair, I might have to have help out. But
If
by
you
the
think
Jesus,
that is just
but by the
parachuting is
Jesus, I would love it I would love to sit there for a while.
if you
That's where
think
I'm at.
parachuting is crazy, my buddy that parachuted into his NASCAR race was with Travis when I don't know if anybody here knows who Travis Pastrana is, but if you don't,
Yep.
don't okay. Well,
X
Travis
Game
jumped
legend.
not only does Travis parachute, but Travis jumped out of the plane with no parachute and had his buddies parachute out and catch him before he hit the ground and lock him onto
Oh
them.
shit.
So yeah, now that is something that is a hell no. But
Nitro
he did,
Circus.
huh?
I said Nitro Circus.
Nitro Circus, yeah, he
Oh,
owns Nitro Circus. But I mean, there's video. You go to YouTube, you can see the video of him jumping out of the plane with no parachute and them jumping out trying to catch him and hook him on to them before
I say that is just crazy.
I'm going to
That's
tell you a
that.
funny story without trying to be explicit in it. A couple of us correctional officers, I had my husband with me. We all went tenting up in Canada. Can't remember the name of it because we went to the Top Fuel races. Okay. And throughout the day, you know how it works if you do Top Fuel. You're watching these funny cars, you're watching these little things, and and throughout the day you're getting beer and you're buying beer and you're buying beer. And by the time they get to Top Fuel, okay, you kind of been antiquated to what's going on. So the first time 2 Top Fuel cars got on the deck, one burned out, the other one burned out. They got up to the freaking line. I watched the light tree go down and they hit it. And I was pretty close to the racetrack. Now, everybody was looking at me when that happened because I was the only one that's never seen that before or experienced it. They all go on every year. So those 2 cars took off. And they looked at me and they said, "What did you think about that?" And I said, "Well, the only thing I can say is now I gotta there's a word that starts with S.
I shit my pants.
No. It's a 3-letter word. It's a 3-letter word. And it's not socks. So I said that that was that 3-letter word, and then usually it's around a man and a woman. And so I looked at them, and my mouth was wide open, and they said, "What do you think about that?" And I said, "If all S, you know what I mean, felt like that, the world would be a better place."
Well, I'm telling
That
you,
took the breath right out of me when they took off.
Yeah, the eruption and the whole the thunderous vibration that goes on.
It was like, whoa.
Yeah.
I just could not believe that experience when the first time 2 Top Fuel, and then I was like, oh shit, I don't care about them going down the track, put 2 more cars up there.
Yep.
All I wanted to do was see them take off.
Yeah, it's over. It's pretty much, like some people's experience with sex, because it's over in an instant.
Well, it's better than the other races where all you do is take a left, take a left, take a left, take a left.
Yeah, that's true.
Wait, who just dropped? That was Judy.
Judy dropped?
Yeah, she must have hit. Let me see if she put anything in chat.
Usually I'm the one that hits the buttons and drops.
What's up, Ray?
Yeah.
So back to the topic, I suppose. I keep hearing a lot of people, not if somebody says, hey, I think somebody else was involved also. I'm just curious how many people think he had somebody help him with this, because I don't think he did. But I'm just curious, not only am I curious who thinks that, but why do you think he had somebody else help him? Because earlier when we were talking, somebody said, I don't think he was the only person in the house. And somebody else said, I don't either. So
I don't think I think he was the only one there. But I'm not discounting the fact that he probably had some help.
I just think he had somebody maybe helping him plan it, but also,
sorry guys,
I think somebody was driving the car for him and dropped him off, and as far as the planning part of it was basically where he's going to get dropped off, what time, when to come back, and stuff like that. Planning what had to deal with the car. And maybe how they would be, leave out of there, how they would get there and stuff like that. But as far as what, went on in the house, I think it was all him and nobody else.
So Tonka thinks that Dylan was an accomplice.
My thing is, if there was more than him, I don't think he did it. Like we say, we don't even know if he entered the house. That time window from 4:04 to 4:20 does not give a lot of time to do much else than just walk in there, kill them all, and walk out.
Yep. Well, what else were you going to do in there?
4:25, technically.
Yeah, but you've got to be trained and be in some sort of shape to do that.
Well, he was in shape.
Yeah, he.
I'm just saying, though, you can't. Just an ordinary person can't just do that.
Wasn't he? Didn't he do kickboxing or something like that?
Yeah, he did kick. He did kickboxing train. I don't know how much training he had, but
another thing I think about to add to that.
I could play this. How many notes can you name that song in? Because I could do what he did in half the time.
Yeah, but understand, the way his nose has been broken so many times, is that a sign he's a good fighter or a bad one?
Well, I don't know. I assume if you're going to box or do any combat sport, you're going to get kicked or hit in the face every once in a while. regardless of how good you are.
The first time I broke my nose to look like that, I'd have been done.
I think for the timeline to go along with the PCA in reality, that it would probably be impossible to not have evidence in your car or somewhere.
Yeah, no,
I
there's
believe
got
that.
to be. There has to be
There has to be.
evidence somewhere.
What about that alleged question? It's alleged that he, when he got to jail, he asked the cops, has anybody else been arrested?
Right.
I'm pretty sure that was confirmed.
Yeah,
that-
No, that was
well,
confirmed, yeah.
yeah. Brian
Was that-
Enon actually talked to the some of the law enforcement at the Pennsylvania jail, and they confirmed that he asked that.
Okay, but was that a distraction or a fact?
I don't know. I mean, how aware of what was going on was what I'm getting at is, did he see this coming, or was he prepared, thinking, well, if I get arrested, I need to do A, B, and C, or I mean, did this catch him completely off guard? Because his, regardless of what anybody thinks, I think he's guilty. His actions, ever since this has happened, tells me he did this. Okay, what reason do you have for planting trash in somebody else's trash can with gloves on if you didn't do something? Okay, and that was before he even knew that they knew who he was. So he's done all these things since the murders happened that tells me that he's guilty. I mean, I really don't need to see the evidence. All I hope is that they have enough evidence to prove it to 12 other people. Actually 14, because there's probably going to be two
But
jurors.
understand, you don't have to prove guilt. You just got to prove reasonable doubt.
Well, that's if you're the defense. You have to prove that there's reasonable doubt. The guilt part comes on the prosecution, and I
got it wrong. I'm sorry.
I have a question about the garbage cans themselves, if anybody knows. What was the proximity between where the garbage cans actually hit the street? Because, like, my neighbors are very close, and the garbage cans, every other driveway, are right next to each other.
Yeah,
I got another question on that line. Was his family's trash can full, and he had to throw it away in the other one because their trash can was full?
Okay, so even if that was true, why do you wear gloves to do it?
Well, a lot of people said he wore gloves in all kinds of situations. If he was a neat freak and a germaphobe, I wear gloves taking out trash or messing around with trash.
He wore gloves.
But he,
like,
let's go back to what he was wearing that night. How'd he get it off and get rid of it?
well, I feel like the knife itself, and if he didn't burn whatever clothes he wore, I think the knife and whatever evidence he wanted to actually get rid of that was physical, I think he got rid of up in the national park that next day when he went up there for 4 hours or whatever it was.
Do you think that the selection, what that was made by the person that did it, of that particular knife, says anything?
No.
Okay.
Well, I kept wanting to say, I keep going back to the single invisible footprint they found.
Right.
I feel like someone cleaned something up. That's just my thoughts. Why would there only be one invisible footprint that the only reason they saw it was because of Amino Black?
Well, here's the
I would
thing.
like to know the size of that footprint.
Yeah, that too, but I'm sure they know all that. But here's the thing I can see possibly no footprints in blood on the third floor because I believe he went there first. I believe he caught them, if not asleep, at least in bed. We know they were found in bed. And I think that there was blood got everywhere, but I don't think enough of it got on the floor for him to track his feet through it, probably. But when he went downstairs and he got into the altercation with Ethan and Xana, there's no way there wasn't blood all over the place with him stepping in it. There's no way. You can't. And
Yeah, and I
and
think
you're in
that
the
was
dark. First
and I
off,
think that was a domino effect too. I don't think that there would have been 4 victims that night had he not come out of that room.
But if that was so, there should have been a trail, not just one footprint.
exactly. There should have been, but maybe he took up. Maybe who knows? I don't mean. Maybe he wore, booties on his feet. Maybe he wore more than one pair and just ripped a couple off. I don't know, but I mean, there's no way to know. I think he wore a hoodie. I think the sheath was never on a belt. I think it was in his hoodie pocket or something, and I think it just fell out.
Yeah,
Or a planet, because they said it was. Some people say it was underneath Maddie, and other people say it was beside Maddie. So if it was just laying there beside her, someone
Yeah.
could have just put it down there.
Yeah, if it was under her, that would seem more logical to me. That if it was under her, it fell out during an altercation or during his, his spastic slashing of whatever was going on. Trying to get one and getting the other or
if
whatever.
it was on a belt, he would have never lost it.
Right. Yeah.
Well, the PCA does state that it was found on the right side of the Maddie.
Yeah, but
It was just laying there.
Yeah,
but
right.
was it?
Not found the first time, by the way.
Sheath. Okay, so did the sheath?
That
if
is
it
true
was
too.
planted, did it have blood splatter on it? Was it laying there during all this happened, or did it get put there after he was done with them? Or
Do you think that they wouldn't say that there was more than one source if there was?
Source of what? You mean blood?
Of DNA on the sheet.
No, I think they only used whatever they had to get the PCA.
Yeah.
And
then
so,
I got
You don't
another
want to give away
question
your whole case the first day.
that I've mentioned before, in fact, on this channel. If Bryan was such a devout vegan that he asked his family or intermediate family or extended family, wherever that
it
story
was
is
actually, I think it was his cousin and aunt that are actually here in Vegas that he
Okay.
asked his aunt to
Yeah.
get the pots and pans for. And wasn't she the one that spoke out about it?
Yes.
I'm not 100%, but my point is, would that same person be handling a leather sheath at all?
Well, apparently, he had so he's had this knife in it. Okay, let's just assume that what we're talking, for the sake of this conversation, that it was Bryan and he's the one that brought the knife and everything. Okay, so he's had this knife for we don't know how long, and it's had the leather sheath the whole time, right?
Well, if they truly have his DNA on it, then he had to have also touched it at some time, regardless.
Correct.
At least the snap, which is not leather.
Right, but what I'm getting at is, if he's had this knife for a certain amount of time, he didn't pick it up on the way to the house. So he's had this knife. If he had an issue with that leather sheath, he would have gotten rid of that a long time ago.
Maybe he bought this certain knife with a leather sheath, being that it's a Marine Corps insignia and all that on it. Maybe he used that because he is vegan. His family spoke out. If he was to get caught, they were going to speak out about him being vegan and, not using pans that touch meat and all this and that. So maybe that was a decoy. Why would a vegan have a leather sheath?
It would explain why he'd be wearing gloves, though.
Right. And why is it also a Marine Corps issue?
How do they know it's the Marine Corps?
It's got the insignia on it.
Yeah,
but
it's got all that on it.
That doesn't
So
mean
they
it
found the
came
knife?
from an actual. No, they found the sheath. The sheath has a like a brand, like a branded insignia
burned in.
Right. So he could have made it not only use that knife and that sheath to make it look like that someone from the military did it, but also it could be brought up, well, he's vegan. We know that he won't eat meat out of a pan or eat food out of a pan that's touched meat. So why would he have a leather sheath?
Right. If he's
it's almost
gonna
like
go,
he can use two things to work in his favor. It's leather and he's vegan and it's a military issued knife. And
Because
sheath
he
in
wanted
his
that knife,
not
and that's the only
military.
way he could get it was in that sheath. That's
He could have
probably what.
easily gotten that knife and put it in. They make
In a
nylon.
plastic
They
one.
make nylon sheaths.
Exactly. They do
Right.
make plastic sheaths even,
Yeah. He could
which
have
would be
changed the
easy to
sheath.
clean.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, he could have easily changed the sheath for it. I think that that's the reason why. If he planted it, that's the reason why. So he can use that in his defense that it was a military issued sheath and it's also leather and he is a vegan.
Right.
So
But
that's like two things that could work in his favor.
so you're saying that they may, in court, in trial, try to present to the jury, why would he do this because of this?
Yes.
He's already been so anal about A, B, and C. Why wouldn't he
Yep.
be anal about D? Well,
Yep.
the fact is that, I mean, you're going to get 12 or 14 people up there that may or may not know the ins and outs about being vegan. And honestly, they may not give a crap about if he's vegan or not.
I wonder though if his attorney, if she does go that route with the whole vegan thing and it being a leather sheath, if she's going to bring out and explain what a vegan actually is. Like if she's going to try to present that to the jury to try to sway them into thinking.
You mean maybe bring like a vegan specialist up on panel?
Yeah,
or
maybe
up on
on the stand?
Yeah, on the stand.
Yeah, and try to, sway them into thinking, okay, well, no, he wouldn't have, if he's a 100% vegan and he's like you're saying, like he's this anal about it, he wouldn't, he's not going to use a leather sheath.
Yeah,
unless he wanted it to be found that way.
If the sheath was left intentionally, the last thing you'd want to do is leave your fingerprint on it. I mean, that's like criminal.
You're right. Maybe he was unaware. He left.
Well, then, I mean, okay. Well,
you would wipe it first.
If you didn't want your DNA left on it, why would you leave the sheath at all if you were planning to not get caught?
To make it represent that it was a military person that did it.
If you're planting something, you would wipe it down before you left.
Maybe he had gloves on and took it out of his pocket and thought that maybe he was totally unaware that he had actually touched it at one time.
Well, maybe he did wipe it clean, and maybe one of those gloves got ripped when he was up there doing everything, and when he threw the sheath down, maybe he touched it from a rim.
It's like writing a ransom note that you type, but you touch the freaking paper with your fingers.
Or you lick the stamp.
Yeah.
Maybe someone else left it.
I keep saying
It's weird. I mean, like how they have it in the PCA, the Brett Payne dude, he says it was on Maddie's right side and it could be seen from the doorway. It's almost like he didn't.
Was there lights on in the room?
Yeah, but wasn't one of them? Didn't one of them say that the other guy pointed it out to him later? He didn't see it upon the first viewing or whatever.
It was Officer Payne that actually found it after he arrived.
Yeah.
Okay, so Mark Furman lives up in Idaho, right?
Who?
Mark Furman.
Oh yeah.
According to the PCA, I believe.
Stop it.
But wasn't Payne like in the military with that guy that got killed by the police in Pullman?
Yeah,
Kohberger or whatever. Was he with him?
Yeah, they both served in the 82nd Airborne
together. Okay, because the 82nd Airborne is pretty big. It's not like there's just a group of 50 of them.
Right.
Oh no, it's a whole base.
No, it's a battalion.
No, I thought they actually had a picture with them side by side.
Oh, really? Well, then that's pretty interesting.
I want to say that I saw that.
I would say so as well.
I don't remember. Where did I see that picture at?
And if you look at it, as though, is he really the guy or not? All that comes into play, including Kopaka getting deleted.
I love that. That cracked me up when somebody said that in chat earlier about being deleted. I'm like,
I like it a lot better than One Live.
Out of the plane.
What? Oh yeah.
I don't envision him in any way, shape, or form jumping out of a plane.
Who? Payne?
No, Bryan.
Bryan wasn't in the 82nd Airborne. He's talking
No,
to
he wasn't, but he did have aspirations to do so. He wanted
Yeah,
to be a ranger.
he was in the
Yeah, I was just
OLTC
gonna say, if
program.
you're gonna try to be something, try to be a ranger.
And I was going to say earlier too that that was an aspiration of mine at one time to be a pilot
why you would
or
want him to try to be a ranger.
jump out of perfectly good
The
airplanes.
training's different.
Yeah. So what you're, I don't know. I'm kind of lost on where you differentiated between the Rangers and the Airborne.
Oh, I'm not trying to differentiate.
No,
I'm just saying.
I am.
Yeah, she was.
The reason why is because my ex-husband was affiliated with 82nd Airborne, and okay, which one's in Kentucky and which one's at Fort Bragg?
Are
Anyway,
you talking about Rangers or Airborne divisions? The
Airborne.
101st Airborne or the 82nd Airborne? The two most popular ones.
Okay, we were at both bases, all right? And although my ex wasn't a ranger, he was only affiliated. He was a rat rig operator.
Okay.
And my nephew went to college, went to West Point or whatever, and also continued his career by going to Ranger School and then some other school that I forget what it was. And the reason why I say they're different is because my perception of what the nephew went through was a more, I don't know how to say it. They're more pinpointed operations. Does that make sense?
Oh, so yeah, no, Airborne is basically just it's a tier 3 special unit, where the Rangers are a tier 2 special unit. My unit was a tier 1.
Huh?
My unit was a tier 1.
So what's tier 1?
Tier 1 is the
Like Green Beret?
Huh?
So like the Green Berets?
No, Green Beret is a tier 2. So you have tier 3s units, which is a bunch of units like the Airbornes, the 10th Mountain Division. You get the best of those guys. They make, go to tier 2 is Rangers, Special Forces unit, the SEALs, and there's a couple Air Force and like a couple Marine ones also. But when you get to tier 1 is the best, like
It's the best of the tier below it.
It's the best of the tier below. But see, like the Green Berets are a tier 2, but the unit I was in was a tier 1, which the unit I was in was, we don't just take from the Army anybody, whether it's SEALs or any of the Marines, Air Force, Army, Navy, any of them we'll take from everybody, but we're only going to take the best from whatever. Now, because the SEAL teams are a tier 2, but SEAL Team 6 is the tier 1, which means SEAL Team 6 only takes the best from their tier 2 SEAL teams and puts them together into SEAL Team 6. And that's
I'll tell
what
you the funniest thing I ever saw was I was on, I think it was Fort Campbell. I was driving around because I love hearing cadence. I just love it. And I was driving around, and there was a middle of the day, and there was a classroom setting, and they come out on break, and several of them got on the ground on their back, and they're just waving their feet up and down, a few feet off the ground. Mm-hmm. And I'm like, or a foot off the ground, and the whole break, that's all they do. A couple days later, I saw it again. I said to my husband, I said, "Are these guys nuts? What the hell are they doing?" He says, "They're SEALs." And I'm like, "So?" He goes, they gotta keep in shape while they're in school and on an army base. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I'm
Sounds
like,
like a
really?
Hello Dolly exercise.
And I'm like, are you kidding me? And he goes, no, I'm not kidding you. They all do it. Every moment they have.
Yeah. So all of the tier one units are they're the ones that carry out all the black ops, all the top secret stuff, all the stuff that the government doesn't want people to know about.
I know who they are.
Okay. Well, I thought you were asking what the difference was between the tiers.
Yeah, but I know who they are now.
Okay.
They're the teams that go in and do the job, but never take credit for it and give the credit to somebody else.
Well, I don't know, because SEAL Team 6 seems to have wanted to take a credit for a lot of stuff that they didn't.
Yeah, that's different with the SEALs, but you know what I'm saying generally.
Yeah. I mean, just for example, I know everybody's seen the movie with Chris, the, American sniper, and he was a SEAL, but he wasn't on SEAL Team 6.
Wasn't he like 3 or something like that?
3 what?
3, SEAL Team 3. Was it? Wait, what SEAL team was he? I remember seeing that and reading the story about that.
I don't know if he was 3 or 4, but it doesn't matter if there's more than 6 SEAL teams,
Right.
It's just that one's
What
the
was
one.
What was the movie that what was it called? Where the girl that took
Megan
down
Levy.
the girl that took down Bin Laden.
Oh no, that's a different one. I'm thinking of.
Bin Laden.
Yeah, the movie that it was
Oh,
like.
you're talking about the movie where the SEALs went in and raided his compound?
Yeah, but it
Wasn't
was
that
like
Zero Dark 30? Or was
yeah,
that the one? Or is that the one that
yes.
was the when they got attacked? Not where the embassy got attacked.
No, you're right. It was Zero Dark 30, where they everything leading up to the when they infiltrated.
Yeah, the compound in Afghanistan.
The compound, yeah.
The embassy one was it 13 hours, first 13 hours or 13 hours or something like that?
Hours,
yeah. Yeah, I've watched like every military movie there is ever possibly made.
Dude, my heart was racing. Those like 10 minutes, like that was intense. That was awesome.
Yeah.
I think that he would have looked up to them, because like it's what he wanted to do. So he probably wouldn't act if he was acting superior on the norm. I feel like if they had any type of a real relationship at all, that he would have looked up to them.
Do you think that Bryan Kohberger would have looked up to Brent
or the lead investigator? Yeah,
Payne.
Or it could be the opposite. You might be jealous because he never was. I mean, that's a possibility. But I
think if he was in a room with them, he would try to, because if he knew who they were or what they had accomplished, I think he would have probably tried to come across as intellectually smart than like he's always tried to bully people in high school that we've heard about, about intellectually. I'm smarter than you, so don't even try to, I would love to be in a room with him, honestly.
I think he did it. If he did it with his personality, he did it just to see if he could.
That's why I don't think he had any help. I think he's too arrogant to let anybody else in on it.
And
I think he wanted to be able to take all the credit.
Well, that too, but if he did investigate prior crimes and spoke with prior criminals, the first rule is there's no such thing as a secret if more than one person knows.
That's right. The only way 2 people keep a secret is if one of them is dead.
That's right.
And Brent's dead. I hate
yes, he is.
Yep.
And my condolences to his family, and especially if he has zero involvement in any of this.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my goodness!
I don't know how that whole thing went down, but it just sounded a little. I mean, from what I know of it, it doesn't. I don't know. I don't know what led them to feel like they had to take the shot.
I don't know either, but
I wonder if I can FOIA that report.
Yeah, I mean, I'd love to see whatever. I mean, I don't know if you can get body cam footage, and
they
I'm
should
sure.
definitely have it.
Yeah, but I mean, there's got to be. I wonder if they have transcripts or actual audio recordings of communications, or what their decision process they went through. Because, I mean, I've been involved in a lot of SWAT operations, from just being close to it and being not necessarily being involved in it, but being around. My whole family was law enforcement, and I grew up with them. So I went a different route, but that's just me. But I've been involved, and I know a lot about the SWAT operations and what leads to them doing the things they do, and what other alternatives they have. And it just doesn't really matter how long that conflict went on before they took the shot. I'm just curious what their thought process was that made them think that they had to take the shot. Because, I mean, what wasn't it, like 8 or 10 hours that it went on?
It was a while.
Yeah. So, I mean, he didn't have hostages the whole time, correct?
No, I think they said
that
that the hostages eventually were able to get out of the apartment.
Yeah, so if he didn't have hostages, what prevented them from just prolonging this whole thing until they could come to a conclusion that didn't end in this?
A
My
bad team
understanding
leader?
was that he started a fire also, or there was a fire present.
Well, then really, why would you need to take the shot?
A bad team leader?
I mean, I don't know. I'm just curious.
I'm not 100% on the fire thing either, other than that I do recall them saying that shots were fired before they returned fire, and that there, I believe, was also a fire set.
So, not to be stupid here, I'm following what everybody's saying, but how is this person connected to this case? Is it?
He's connected to Payne, the lead investigator. Like I said, they were in the military together.
But everybody's also trying to connect him to Coburger because they live in a very close vicinity to each other.
Okay, I got you.
I thought he had an apartment in Idaho, not in Washington. Even though they said he was threatening his roommates, but his roommates lived in Pullman, but not in Idaho where he lived. I don't understand that part.
Yeah, it came back and said that he had an apartment or an address on Taylor Avenue right down from where the girls lived at.
Oh, shit.
Whom?
I ain't know that.
But where he was actually shot was in Pullman, right?
Pullman. Yes, right there close to the college, to WSU.
So Payne wouldn't have been involved at all in that.
No, a completely different state there. So
Alley Cat Tales.
Oh yeah, Payne wasn't
didn't
there.
he work in security too?
I'm surprised that. I mean, I'm just curious. I don't know.
It was Idaho State Police, I believe.
I just want to ask a question. I got a segue. Does anybody know that Kelly Pickler? You know who that lady is? A singer.
Yeah, country singer.
Her husband was found dead in their house.
When?
Today. Or yesterday, actually.
Oh, wow. I didn't know that.
Oh, great. She's going to fall apart.
Well, I don't know how he died.
Yeah, that's true.
I just saw the news flash. I thought I'd segue real quick.
Oh,
sorry.
Wow. I hadn't heard that.
But it doesn't sound like, honestly, it doesn't sound like this Brent guy and Bryan. I don't think Bryan would have tried to play the tough guy to Brent, is my opinion.
Me either. In fact, I think he would have submitted to him a little bit.
Yeah, and I'm curious because of Bryan's demeanor and his personality. Whenever he comes across these people that he cowers to, or he bows down to, or knows that he can't bully, I wonder if he walks away from those confrontations pissed off because he can't get over on those people.
Probably.
Yeah.
Now, I got a question for you, Lost.
Who knows?
Have I been swearing too much?
No more than I have. I mean, you
Okay.
don't know more than I do.
Well, because Steve Irwin said they were going to get me to wash my mouth out with soap. So I was wondering if I.
Well,
I'm the
shit.
son of a truck driver,
What
though,
the fuck
so
are you talking about?
Well, exactly. This is
Well-
this ain't a fucking kids channel.
The thing is, well, it is monetized. The thing is that I try. It comes out sometimes if I get excited because of my ex job. You know,
Well, yeah.
when you're
No.
called everything but a white woman, you kind of learn the lingo.
No,
It's
if
funny
if
that-
it's too much, I'll let you know.
Okay.
An ex-girlfriend of mine is actually a prison guard in Idaho.
Oh, they were talking about somebody else. I'm sorry.
oh, they might know then about the tablets too.
Ow. Oh wait, about what?
About the tablets, did we confirm what the
Oh yeah, I guess I could text her about that.
usage or what's allowed and not allowed? I guess.
Yeah, I never thought about asking her about that.
Do they have to pay for the tablets, or are they just given to them?
No, they have to pay a certain amount a day. Somebody in chat earlier said it was like $7
$7? Yeah,
or
something
more
like that.
per day.
And they're probably only given an X amount of time to use it.
I don't know. I mean, who knows? I guess I could ask her about that.
Well, I do know on the show, 60 Days In, there was facilities where, they had them
Oh my
all day
god, they're
long.
hot.
See, when I was a
shit.
correctional officer, it was several years ago, but they never had such things. There was no internet. There was no the
They
only
were still
phone.
doing telegraphs, but it was still
No,
like
there was
like
no
SOS.
internet. The phone was on. The phone was on the wall. The
They had
attorney phones
abacuses.
were in a different location. You could have a TV set if you got it
Morse
approved.
code.
Wait,
But booking,
did they even have telephones during that time?
you know what?
The rotary phone.
Yeah, they
You
got
know-
them as soon as they got
I remember rotary phones.
Go
so do
all-
I.
Put your finger all the way in there and go all the way to the left.
Yeah, it
Yeah.
sucked
And
because
if you were dialing a number with a lot of 8, 9s, and zeros in it, you swore all the way through it.
Nope, you were screwed.
yeah, because that thing only comes back at a certain speed. You can't hurry it.
Y'all,
Yeah.
I remember the rotary phone whenever I was little.
Yep.
Me
And
too.
I'm not that old, so
Well, put it this way. I can remember my family getting their first color TV, okay?
Yep. Me too.
Whenever there was a wrong number at my house, my dad would tell the person that they got their finger in the wrong hole.
oh my god, y'all. I'm sitting here trying to eat and this shit is hot.
Flip phones.
And you know what the remote control was when I was a kid?
You
Yeah,
get
the
up and change
kid.
the
That's right.
Do you
The
remember
kid.
pressing the cable buttons? And if you pressed 5 buttons at the same time, you get like the porno whatever.
the
No.
hidden squiggly
Channel.
line channels.
Yeah,
No.
yeah, where it's all like black and white and fuzzy, and you're like, oh my god, look at
Those are like
Cable
the
buttons.
HBO
I
boxes.
remember when it was like a slide. It was a box, and you just slid the little thing down whatever number, down to 79 or whatever.
My in-laws couldn't get cable at the time because they were out in the sticks, and they had a rotor on top of their house. And
That
because
turned the antenna.
Yep. And I
Yep.
was, and we, late at night, about this time at night, or starting around 2-ish, say, if you turned it just right, you would get the fuzzy pictures out of Canada, and they were all dirty movies.
Yeah, you accidentally come across those channels, and then you turn the volume down because you don't want to get caught. And as soon as the volume goes down, somebody in the other room, what are you watching?
Yep.
Oh my god, this is hot. Yeah, I think I'm gonna have to end it here. I gotta try to eat. This troll fixed me a pizza stick, and this thing is like steaming hot.
Well, it's nice and warm.
There you go.
It's like super hot.
Blow on it.
Oh my god. So yeah, I think I'm gonna have to end it. I've already been on here over 5 hours, y'all.
Damn,
God,
it's 2
time.
o'clock in the morning. What the hell?
It's 4 o'clock where I'm at.
Yep.
5
I
o'clock
usually
where I'm
fall
at.
asleep between 11 and 11:30 whenever I'm watching this. But then again, I don't usually stay on panel this long, though.
Right.
Well, I'm going to tell you something. I've been watching the numbers all night. She came real close once to, she was getting real close to 300.
Yep.
And
Yeah.
at my time, 5 o'clock in the morning, she's still holding tight at 2:30, at about a 240-ish.
Yeah.
Well, see,
It's all these insomniacs that YouTube has.
well, it's a Friday night.
That is
Yeah.
true too.
Oh, it is Friday.
Apparently,
I kept-
none of these people in here, we don't party much, apparently.
Or we know how to party.
But I know where to find Brian's cousin right now, though. I mean,
Oh yeah, you did tell me about that you were
no,
gonna
I
try to
mean,
talk to him.
I could just take the phone and drive over there and see if he wants to discuss.
I've
Yeah,
always
that's
been
an
a night
option.
owl.
I mean, he's at work, I believe, right now, so I don't know.
You're bad. You just want to start trouble.
No, I'm trying not to start trouble and still start trouble at the same time. I just don't want
Oh,
trouble
I
to know that I'm
understand
starting
that.
it. I
I
don't like to be the
understand
instigator, but you know.
But you do, but you're the type that instigates it silently and then steps back and watches it happen.
No, I don't like watching people fight. If I'm not fighting, then nobody's fighting. That's
Well,
the
I
way
don't mean
think.
really
I
fighting.
can't watch it. Yeah, I don't.
All right,
Please.
well, I'm going to drop off because she needs to eat something. And it was nice to meet you people, and it was really nice to talk with you. Thanks again, Scarlett.
You're welcome. Thank you
All
for
right,
coming
Judy,
up.
have a good night.
Yeah.
You too.
Yeah, night,
Bye-bye.
Judy.
Everybody else also, I think I'm just going to drop off also.
Okay. Thank you
Alright.
for coming up.
Oh,
Good
not a
night,
problem.
Yeah, it was definitely fun.
Yeah, it went by like super quick. I didn't realize I'd been on here that long.
Hey, when we talk good, it's always quick. It's a
Right.
long time no panel for myself.
Yeah, right. You hadn't been
Yeah,
up here in a
right.
while.
And I get to say I shut it down twice.
Keep chatting with you, Ray. And everybody else. Good night.
All right. Have a good
Yes,
night.
good night, all.
Yeah, good
All right.
night, everyone. God bless.
All right, Brett. I hope you get to feeling better.
Oh, I'm on my way there.
Okay, that's good. Hopefully my allergies and sinuses and all that will start acting right.
No doubt. All right. Well, have a good night, everyone. Be safe and well.
All right, you too. Thanks for coming up.
Do I just hit stop? Oh, remove from stream?
I can remove you if you want me to.
Yeah, that'll be fine.
Okay, 1 second. All right. Okay, y'all. So I'm fixing to get out of here for the night. If y'all haven't done so, it still shows we got like 230 people in here. If y'all haven't subbed up, please hit this the subscribe button. Make sure to hit the thumbs up on your way out if you don't mind. Also hit the notification bell so that way y'all will know when every time I go live. Thank you all for coming and hanging out with us tonight. It's been a blast with everybody on panel. I love you all. I hope you all have a wonderful night, and I will talk to y'all tomorrow night.